Is it truly possible to be too innocent? What if that very innocence made you a target, a pawn in the schemes of others? What if, instead of bringing light, your inherent goodness became a catalyst for darkness, inadvertently fueling the destruction of those around you? This is the unsettling question at the heart of Fyodor Dostoevsky's masterpiece, The Idiot. A novel where innocence isn't a virtue, but a dangerous vulnerability, a flaw that invites exploitation and breeds tragedy. We are about to enter a world where a man's most genuine quality, his pure, untainted heart, becomes his greatest curse. Let's delve into the tumultuous social landscape of 19th century Russia, the backdrop against which Prince Mishkin, our idiot, stumbles. Here, social climbing is a ruthless sport, corruption festers in the halls of power, and moral decay gnaws at the foundations of society. It's a world sharply contrasted by Mishkin's almost otherworldly innocence. But understand, Mishkin's idiocy isn't a matter of intellect. It's his radical inability to engage in the self-seeking behavior, the social manipulation, and the petty deceits that grease the wheels of this corrupt world. He simply cannot fathom the depths of human self-interest. As we continue, we'll see that Mishkin's inability to navigate this treacherous terrain doesn't just make him an easy target. It sets in motion a chain of events that shatters lives. His very presence exposes the hypocrisy and malice lurking beneath the surface of polite society, acting as a disruptive force that unleashes chaos wherever he goes. Remember, Dostoevsky himself struggled with epilepsy throughout his life, and through this, explored the profound themes of innocence and suffering in his work. Now, let's consider that this video isn't a celebration of innocence, but an exploration of its shadow side. We will uncover how Mishkin's guilelessness becomes a catalyst for tragedy, not a force for good. We'll dissect the complex relationships between Mishkin, the fiery Nastasia Filipovna, and the possessive Rogozhin, and how their interactions expose the hidden dangers of unbridled innocence. We will also explore how even the best intentions can pave the road to ruin, and if choosing a lesser evil is sometimes required to navigate day-to-day life. And here's the most fascinating part. We'll witness a shocking pattern emerge, where Mishkin's attempts to help others consistently backfire, leading to destruction and despair. A pattern that will challenge everything you think you know about the nature of virtue. You may find it unsettling to question the value of innocence, as it's often seen as inherently good, a quality to be cherished and protected. It is hard to see innocence as a flaw because society often romanticizes purity and simplicity, celebrating the untainted heart. And perhaps, like many, you may have experienced situations where your own trust or naivete was exploited, leading to painful consequences. However, this exploration isn't meant to promote cynicism, but to encourage a more nuanced understanding of virtue and its limitations in a complex world. With that in mind, let's begin to unpack the tragic paradox of Prince Mishkin and the dark side of innocence. Mishkin's innocence, his seeming inability to perceive malice, isn't just a charming quirk. It's a form of social blindness. He navigates the world as if everyone operates with the same level of honesty and goodwill, a dangerous assumption, wouldn't you agree? His inherent trust, his almost pathological lack of suspicion, renders him incapable of recognizing manipulation, deceit, or even simple self-interest. It's not that Mishkin is unintelligent, far from it. It's that his perspective fundamentally filters out the bad intentions that others, hardened by the world, recognize instantly. In his eyes, everyone is essentially good, merely misunderstood or temporarily led astray. What are the implications of that viewpoint? But let's be clear, Mishkin's innocence isn't merely a lack of experience. It's an active resistance to seeing the darker aspects of human nature. He chooses to believe in the best of everyone, even when faced with overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This isn't wisdom, It's a willful blindness. Think about it. How can you navigate a treacherous landscape if you refuse to acknowledge the dangers lurking within it? How can you protect yourself and others if you cannot recognize those who seek to exploit you? And what does that say about one's perception of reality? Now, let's delve into the seductive nature of vulnerability. Mishkin's innocence doesn't just make him an easy target. It's actually alluring to certain individuals. His vulnerability, his apparent need for guidance and protection, is seductive to those who either want to exploit him or fix him. He becomes a blank canvas onto which others project their own desires, their own needs for redemption. How many times have you seen or heard of a vulnerable person being exploited for their resources? Mishkin's vulnerability becomes exactly that. His genuine desire to help others is often misconstrued and taken advantage of. People see his compassion as weakness, an opportunity to manipulate him for their own gain. And here's a critical point. Mishkin often attracts individuals with a deep-seated need to be saved, those who are drawn to his perceived purity as a way to alleviate their own guilt or suffering. This leads to the concept of moral narcissism, where individuals project their own desires for redemption onto Mishkin, using him as a tool to validate their own flawed sense of morality. Isn't it ironic how often those who appear to be the most virtuous are actually driven by hidden, self-serving motives? Consider Nastasia Philippovna, perhaps the most tragic figure in The Idiot, as a prime example of someone both drawn to and ultimately damaged by Mishkin's innocence. She's a complex character, torn between a genuine desire for affection and a self-destructive need for punishment, stemming from the abuse she suffered at the hands of Dostoevsky. She recognizes Mishkin's inherent goodness, his genuine compassion, but she cannot believe that she is worthy of his love. So, what does she do? Mishkin's attempts to save her, to offer her a life free from the shackles of her past, inadvertently backfire. His compassion reinforces her belief that she is unworthy of happiness, driving her further into chaos and self-destruction. Remember the scene where Mishkin offers to marry her, publicly defying societal expectations. While his intentions are noble, his actions ultimately validate her belief that she is a damaged, fallen woman who needs to be pitied and rescued. He inadvertently reinforces the very narrative she is trying to escape. One could argue that his actions are a form of enablement, and a perfect example of when helping someone actually hurts them. And here's the paradox. Mishkin's compassion, intended to heal, ultimately exacerbates Nastasia Philippovna's suffering. His actions, though well-intentioned, inadvertently fuel her destructive tendencies, pushing her towards Rogozhin and the tragic fate that awaits her. But is Mishkin completely to blame? Or is Nastasia Philippovna so deeply entrenched in her self-destructive patterns that no amount of compassion could have saved her? Does that make Mishkin innocent? This raises a crucial question. Does true compassion require a degree of discernment, an understanding of the complexities of human psychology? Is it possible to truly help someone without recognizing the underlying patterns that drive their behavior? And what are the ethical implications of interfering in someone else's self-destructive path, even with the best intentions? Is enabling someone actually helping them? These are the uncomfortable questions that Dostoevsky forces us to confront. Think about it. Does helping someone always help them? Now, let's turn to another key figure in this tragedy, Rogozhin, whose intense and destructive jealousy towards Mishkin's relationship with Nastasia Philippovna will further illustrate the dangers of innocence. Can extreme innocence breed jealousy and violence in those who cannot achieve that state? Rogozhin represents the darker side of human nature, driven by passion, possessiveness, and an inability to understand Mishkin's selfless love. He is a man consumed by earthly desires, incapable of grasping the spiritual dimensions of Mishkin's character. Rogozhin's character is fundamentally incapable of grasping Mishkin's innocence, viewing it as either a weakness or a direct challenge. He interprets Mishkin's kindness towards Nastasia Philippovna not as an act of compassion, but as a threat to his own possessive love. Think about it. Rogozhin sees love as a transaction, a power dynamic. He believes he can buy Nastasia Philippovna's affection with money and gifts, while Mishkin offers her something he cannot: genuine acceptance and unconditional love. Rogozhin's materialistic and passionate nature clashes violently with Mishkin's spiritual and compassionate worldview. He cannot comprehend Mishkin's lack of possessiveness, his willingness to let Nastasia Philippovna choose her own path, even if it leads her away from him. This fundamental misunderstanding fuels his jealousy and resentment, driving him towards an act of unspeakable violence. Expand on the idea that Rogozhin's jealousy stems from his inability to attain Mishkin's level of goodness, leading to resentment and a desire to destroy what he cannot have. He sees Mishkin as a rival, an embodiment of a virtue he can never possess. This brings us to the destructive power of unrequited ideals, where the inability to live up to a perceived standard of virtue results in envy and hatred. Rogozhin's frustration is similar to that described in the concept of shadow projection, where Rogozhin projects his own negative qualities onto Mishkin, viewing him as a rival or a threat. As Carl Jung wrote extensively about, people despise that which they cannot obtain themselves. Is that the key here? There's plenty of evidence from the novel of Rogozhin's growing obsession and violent tendencies towards Mishkin and Nastasia Philippovna. Remember the scene where Rogozhin attempts to stab Mishkin in the dark, only to be stopped by a sudden epileptic fit. This is a clear manifestation of his escalating rage and his inability to control his violent impulses. Consider, too, how love can be twisted into a destructive force. Rogozhin's love for Nastasia Philippovna is not a gentle, nurturing emotion. It's a consuming fire that ultimately destroys both of them. In fact, Mishkin's attempts to befriend and understand Rogozhin are tragically misinterpreted as condescension or manipulation, further fueling Rogozhin's rage. Mishkin tries to connect with Rogozhin on a spiritual level, to offer him solace and understanding, but Rogozhin sees this as an insult, a patronizing gesture from someone who looks down upon him. This underscores a dark truth. Sometimes, our best intentions can be twisted and used against us. This leads us to a troubling question. Can innocence be a form of provocation, triggering negative reactions in those who feel inadequate or threatened by it? And here's where we begin to really see the corruption of kindness. And so, Mishkin's good intentions, intended to bridge the gap between himself and Rogozhin, inadvertently contribute to the escalation of violence. Mishkin's brand of innocence, his unwavering belief in the goodness of others, blinds him to the darkness that lurks within Rogozhin's heart, a darkness that ultimately consumes them all. As we approach the end of this exploration, are we ready to see how Mishkin's brand of innocence dooms those around him, despite his intentions? What is the real price of innocence? But can such extreme innocence actually fuel negative outcomes for others, despite best intentions? Let's consider the premise that Mishkin's innocence, while personally virtuous, acts as a catalyst for the exposure, and perhaps even the acceleration, of societal decay around him. Is it possible that his very presence reveals the hypocrisy and moral bankruptcy of the social circles he enters, forcing other characters to confront their own flaws in ways that ultimately lead to destruction? Or to put it another way, is it sometimes better to be ignorant of evil than to be aware of it, even if that awareness makes you a catalyst for its unveiling? Now, let's delve deeper into this idea. Mishkin's inability to participate in the normal social game, with its unspoken rules of deceit and manipulation, destabilizes the existing power structures. Those around him are used to navigating a world of subtle lies and calculated self-interest, but Mishkin's radical honesty throws their strategies into disarray. Consider this. The corruption was already there. Is Mishkin's inability to ignore it a good thing or a bad thing? Perhaps Dostoevsky argues that the light of virtue, when shone on certain things, makes them crumble into dust. Expand on that thought. Mishkin's unwavering goodness can be seen as unbearable for those accustomed to darkness. His innocence is perceived as a judgment on the moral compromises they've made, leading to defensive reactions and attempts to discredit or even corrupt him. Think of it as moral dissonance. When confronted with behavior that contradicts their own values, individuals experience psychological discomfort, and they'll do nearly anything to reduce that dissonance. This might include attacking the source of the discomfort, in this case, Mishkin himself. It's easy to hate that which you can't understand, right? Consider the impact on the Epanchin family as evidence. Mishkin's presence undeniably disrupts their social ambitions and exposes the superficiality of their relationships. The three daughters, each with their own desires and expectations, react differently to his innocence, highlighting the diverse ways in which goodness can be perceived and misinterpreted. Some want to exploit him for his connections or his money, while others develop a genuine desire to protect him from the harsh realities of the world. Remember the scene where the Epanchin sisters put Mishkin on display for a group of wealthy aristocrats, like a sideshow act. But here's the tragic twist. Mishkin's innocence, intended to bring harmony and understanding, ultimately contributes to the disruption and unhappiness within the Epanchin family. Aglaya's infatuation with Mishkin, for example, is fueled by a desire to escape the constraints of her social world. But when she realizes that he is incapable of fulfilling her romantic ideals, she becomes disillusioned and resentful. What happens when someone realizes the purity they sought is actually a form of idiocy? This raises a difficult question. Does true virtue require a strategic approach, an awareness of the potential consequences of one's actions on a larger scale? Is it always better to stay true to yourself, even if it causes harm to others? Or is it sometimes necessary to compromise one's ideals in order to navigate a corrupt world and minimize harm? This is the uncomfortable question that Dostoevsky asks. As we continue, let's consider the final stage of Mishkin's journey. What happens when innocence is repeatedly confronted with darkness? Can it even survive? What happens when innocence is repeatedly taken advantage of? When it is mocked? What happens when good intentions are used for evil designs? We can get a glimpse of the answer by looking at Mishkin's inevitable regression and final failure. Now, let's explore the premise that Mishkin's repeated exposure to the darkness and corruption of the world leads to a breakdown of his mental state, resulting in a loss of innocence and a return to his idiocy. His fall from grace, if you will. The weight of the suffering he witnesses, his inability to alleviate it, overwhelms his psyche, leading to a disintegration of his sense of self. It's not merely a return to his original condition, but a tragic consequence of his attempt to engage with a world that is fundamentally incompatible with his innocence. Is it possible that Mishkin's mind simply breaks under the strain of trying to reconcile his ideals with reality? Expand on this. Mishkin's story is a cautionary tale about the fragility of idealism in the face of harsh reality. His unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity is shattered by the repeated betrayals and acts of violence he witnesses. Think of it as compassion fatigue, where individuals become emotionally exhausted and desensitized by repeated exposure to suffering, leading to a diminished capacity for empathy. And what does that say about people in positions of power in today's society? Consider, as evidence, the final scenes of the novel, focusing on Mishkin's breakdown after the murder of Nastasia Filipovna. He's incapable of comprehending the events unfolding around him, regressing to a childlike state devoid of understanding or agency. He returns to the Swiss asylum, representing a retreat from the world and an acceptance of his inability to change it. The world, Dostoevsky seems to be saying, has damaged him beyond repair. Is it better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost? And here's the truly tragic implication. Mishkin's journey highlights the devastating consequences of unchecked innocence in a world characterized by corruption and malice. But doesn't that just mean the world corrupted him? This forces us to question whether true virtue requires a balance between compassion and self-preservation, idealism and pragmatism, innocence and awareness. Is it possible that sometimes the most virtuous act is to protect oneself from being exploited or corrupted by the darkness of the world? Is choosing the lesser evil ever justified? And so, what lessons can we take from Mishkin's story to navigate the complexities of our own lives? What if Mishkin could have saved himself if he chose the lesser of two evils? What does that say about the state of man? As we continue, we'll reflect on the importance of discernment, critical thinking, and a nuanced understanding of human nature, especially within ourselves. Now, let's introduce the premise that the attraction to Mishkin's innocence stems from a societal yearning for a lost state of purity and authenticity, especially amongst the corrupted elite. What is it about innocence that draws us in, even when we know the world is far from innocent itself? It's almost as if we're all searching for something that's been lost, a simpler time before the cynicism and compromises of modern life took over. Is it any wonder that characters in The Idiot, and readers for generations, are drawn to Mishkin like moths to a flame? Is it possible that his presence reminds them of something they've long forgotten, or perhaps never even knew? Expand on that. His perceived lack of worldly concerns and genuine compassion represents a stark contrast to the materialism and cynicism prevalent in 19th-century Russian society. In a world obsessed with wealth, status, and power, Mishkin offers a refreshing alternative. He cares little for social climbing or financial gain, and his interactions are driven by genuine empathy and a desire to help others. But here's the catch. This allure is not necessarily based on genuine admiration. It can be a form of escapism or a projection of idealized self-images onto Mishkin. The corrupted elite might find Mishkin fascinating precisely because he is so different from them, a living embodiment of the innocence they can no longer attain. Is it possible they see in him a reflection of what they wish they could be, rather than what they truly are? Consider the concept of a societal mirror. Mishkin functions as this mirror, reflecting the hidden flaws and moral compromises of those around him. His very presence forces characters to confront their own hypocrisy, selfishness, and lack of genuine connection, leading to discomfort and defensive reactions. It's as if his innocence acts as a magnifying glass, highlighting the moral decay that they would rather ignore. But here's where it gets interesting. This discomfort often manifests as projection, a psychological defense mechanism where individuals attribute their own unacceptable traits or desires onto others, using Mishkin as a convenient target. Think about it this way. If someone is deeply insecure about their own lack of compassion, they might accuse Mishkin of being naive or unrealistic, thereby deflecting attention from their own shortcomings. But let's not forget the concept of a scapegoat. In more extreme instances, Mishkin even becomes a scapegoat for their collective guilt and anxieties. By projecting all their negative qualities onto him, they can temporarily alleviate their own inner turmoil. This dynamic is particularly evident in their attempts to manipulate, exploit, or discredit Mishkin, revealing their own hidden agendas and moral weaknesses. Isn't it convenient to blame someone else for your own problems? As evidence, consider the diverse reactions of the aristocracy to Mishkin, ranging from fascination and amusement to suspicion and hostility. Some, like the Epanchin sisters, are initially charmed by his innocence, viewing him as a novelty or a potential source of entertainment. Others, like Ganya Ivalgin, are immediately suspicious, seeing him as a threat to their social ambitions. Then there's Ragozhin, who is drawn to Mishkin's purity but ultimately consumed by jealousy and rage. Each reaction reveals something profound about the character's own values and motivations. What if our reactions to others reveals more about ourselves than about them? Consider specific interactions where characters attempt to manipulate, exploit, or discredit Mishkin, revealing their own hidden agendas and moral weaknesses. Think about the scene where Nastasia Filipovna uses Mishkin's compassion to humiliate Ganya, knowing that he will be unable to refuse her request. Or consider the numerous instances where characters attempt to swindle Mishkin out of his inheritance, preying on his naivete and trust. These interactions expose the dark underbelly of aristocratic society, where greed and self-interest often triumph over morality. How different is this from modern society, where social media influencers can sway the masses by preying on their insecurities? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's inability to engage in social games and power dynamics exposes the artificiality and corruption of the aristocratic social circles. The aristocracy is built on unspoken rules, subtle manipulations, and a constant jockeying for position. Mishkin, with his radical honesty and lack of social awareness, simply cannot participate in these games. As a result, he inadvertently reveals the emptiness and superficiality of these social circles, highlighting the fact that true connection and genuine emotion are often sacrificed in the pursuit of status and power. But here's a question. Does true social progress require a willingness to confront uncomfortable truth and challenge existing power structures, even if it leads to disruption and conflict? Perhaps Dostoevsky is suggesting that societal reform cannot occur without exposing the flaws and hypocrisies that lie beneath the surface. But is it always worth the chaos and backlash that may ensue? Is ignorance bliss? Or does awareness, even painful awareness, always lead to a better outcome? Now, let's transition to a somber reflection on the price that Mishkin pays for maintaining his purity in a corrupt world, foreshadowing his ultimate downfall and the tragic consequences for those around him. Throughout The Idiot, Mishkin consistently chooses the path of goodness and compassion, even when it leads to personal suffering. He remains true to his ideals, refusing to compromise his values in the face of temptation and adversity. But what if that very purity, that unwavering commitment to goodness, is ultimately his undoing? Can genuine innocence and goodness truly survive in a world dominated by self-interest, manipulation, and violence? Is it possible that Mishkin's tragedy is not a testament to his weakness, but rather a condemnation of the world that cannot accept him? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's repeated failures to effect positive change contribute to a growing sense of disillusionment and despair, leading to an erosion of empathy and a rise of indifference among those who witness his suffering. How can someone witness so much suffering and not eventually become numb to it? It's a question that haunts us all, especially in today's world, where we are constantly bombarded with images of violence and injustice. But what happens when the very person who is trying to alleviate that suffering ultimately fails? Does it not lead to a further sense of despair, a feeling that nothing can be done to make the world a better place? Expand on that. The constant exposure to violence, betrayal, and exploitation gradually desensitizes the characters in The Idiot, making them less capable of genuine compassion and more willing to accept the status quo. It's as if they become inoculated against empathy, their hearts hardened by the endless cycle of suffering they witness. As a result, they become more self-absorbed, more cynical, and more willing to prioritize their own self-interest over the well-being of others. Is this erosion of empathy a subtle but devastating consequence of Mishkin's presence, contributing to a further decline in societal morality? Consider the concept of normalization of corruption, where repeated exposure to unethical behavior leads to its acceptance as the norm, making it increasingly difficult to challenge or resist. When corruption becomes commonplace, it loses its power to shock and outrage. People begin to accept it as an inevitable part of life, and they become less willing to speak out against it. This normalization of corruption is a dangerous phenomenon, as it creates a climate of moral apathy and allows injustice to flourish. And this may lead to a further issue, learned helplessness. Now, let's consider the dangerous implications of apathy. Mishkin's inability to combat the corruption around him reinforces the perception that such behavior is inevitable and unavoidable, leading to a sense of resignation and moral apathy. Characters may believe that resistance is futile, that any attempt to change the system is doomed to failure. This sense of hopelessness can be incredibly damaging, as it saps people's motivation to act and allows corruption to continue unchecked. As such, the psychological concept of learned helplessness becomes prominent, where individuals who repeatedly experience uncontrollable negative events eventually cease to resist or attempt to change their circumstances, even when opportunities for improvement exist. As evidence, examine the actions of bystanders and enablers who passively accept or actively contribute to the suffering and exploitation surrounding Mishkin. How many times do we see characters in The Idiot who witness acts of violence or injustice but fail to intervene? How many times do they choose to prioritize their own self-interest or social standing over the well-being of others? These acts of complicity are not merely isolated incidents. They represent a systemic failure of morality, a collective decision to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. What makes an individual stand up to injustice rather than stand by? Consider specific scenes where characters fail to intervene in acts of violence or injustice, choosing to prioritize their own self-interest or social standing over the well-being of others. Think about the scene where Rogozhin attacks Mishkin in the stairwell, and no one comes to his aid. Or consider the numerous instances where characters spread rumors and gossip about Nastasia Filipovna, contributing to her social ostracization and mental anguish. These acts of complicity reinforce the cycle of corruption and contribute to the overall sense of moral decay in the society depicted in the novel. Is it possible that these characters are not inherently evil, but simply caught in a web of social pressures and self-preservation instincts? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's journey highlights the collective responsibility for addressing societal ills, emphasizing that individual virtue alone is not sufficient to combat systemic corruption. As we've seen, Mishkin's goodness is often exploited and undermined by the forces of greed, self-interest, and social pressure. This raises a fundamental question. Can one person, no matter how virtuous, truly make a difference in a world that is fundamentally corrupt? Or does true moral progress require a collective commitment to challenging injustice, holding power accountable, and fostering a culture of empathy and compassion? How does it relate to this statement? If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Perhaps Dostoevsky is suggesting that true morality requires active engagement and a willingness to challenge the status quo, even when it comes at a personal cost. But if those actions are futile, is that still the correct path? Is it ethical to encourage others to act if the results are negative? Now, let's transition to the final and most devastating stage of Mishkin's journey, foreshadowing his ultimate descent into isolation, despair, and a complete loss of agency. What happens when a fundamentally good person is repeatedly confronted with the overwhelming weight of human suffering and societal corruption? Does their spirit break? Do they lose faith in humanity? Do they retreat into themselves, unable to bear the pain of the world? And what can we learn from their downfall? Stay with me as we look at the hard truths of this philosophical exploration. But can innocence truly be blind? We've seen how Mishkin's purity attracts and repels, but what if his innocence isn't just a lack of worldliness, but a fundamental inability to perceive malicious intent, even when it's staring him in the face? It's as if he operates under the assumption that everyone is inherently good, making him susceptible to manipulation and exploitation in ways that a more cynical person would easily avoid. Is this a virtue or a dangerous flaw? Let's delve deeper. This blind spot stems from his unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity. He consistently excuses or rationalizes harmful behavior, attributing it to temporary lapses in judgment or external pressures. To Mishkin, everyone is redeemable, and every act of malice can be explained away. But here's the problem. This perspective prevents him from accurately assessing the true nature of his relationships and protecting himself from harm. He underestimates the darkness in the hearts of others, leaving him defenseless against those who would take advantage of him. What if, in his quest to see the best in everyone, he enables the worst in some? Think about it like this. Mishkin's innocence acts as a filter, distorting his perception of reality. His unwavering optimism and desire to see the best in everyone lead him to misinterpret warning signs, ignore red flags, and make excuses for inexcusable behavior. It's as if he's wearing rose-colored glasses, unable to see the world as it truly is. This isn't just naivete. It's a genuine distortion of reality, preventing him from accurately assessing the motivations and intentions of those around him. How many times have we seen this in our own lives, when our desire to believe in someone blinds us to their true nature? This brings us to the psychological concept of confirmation bias. Mishkin, driven by his belief in inherent goodness, selectively attends to information that confirms this belief while ignoring or dismissing contradictory evidence. When someone exhibits manipulative or self-serving behavior, Mishkin finds ways to justify it, minimizing the impact of their actions and focusing on their potential for redemption. It's a form of mental gymnastics, where he twists and contorts reality to fit his preconceived notions. What are the dangers of this type of thinking? Consider Mishkin's interactions with lesser characters and manipulators throughout the novel. Think about the con artists and social climbers who try to use him for their own gain. Mishkin consistently gives them the benefit of the doubt, even when their intentions are clearly self-serving or malicious. He lends them money he can't afford to lose, offers them favors they don't deserve, and endures social embarrassment to protect their feelings. And what happens? His attempts to help these individuals often backfire, enabling their destructive behavior and perpetuating the cycle of exploitation. He doesn't just help them, he enables them. For example, consider the numerous scenarios in which Mishkin is asked for money or to give favors. Characters constantly approach him with sob stories and requests, knowing that he will be unable to refuse them. He is seen as an easy target, someone who can be easily manipulated through appeals to his compassion. Even when he suspects that he is being used, he often gives in, rationalizing his decision by focusing on the potential good that might come from it. This begs the question, does doing a small evil so that a greater good can come from it truly make it a positive thing? Now, let's analyze the paradoxical nature of Mishkin's forgiveness. Does his unconditional acceptance of others inadvertently enable their harmful behavior and prevent them from taking responsibility for their actions? By forgiving without requiring repentance or restitution, is he perpetuating injustice? It's a difficult question, because compassion is often seen as an inherent good. But what happens when compassion becomes a tool for manipulation? What happens when forgiveness becomes an excuse for bad behavior? This raises an ethical question. Does true forgiveness require a degree of discernment, and a recognition that some actions are simply unforgivable. Is it possible to forgive someone without condoning their actions? And what about the saying, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me"? At what point does innocence become willful ignorance? Perhaps true virtue lies not in blind acceptance, but in a balanced approach that combines compassion with a clear understanding of human motivations. But here's the twist. This isn't how the majority of humans conduct themselves in their daily lives. Does that make Mishkin a revolutionary? But let's shift to a more personal reflection on the price that Mishkin pays for his unwavering innocence. What happens to a person who consistently prioritizes the needs and desires of others over their own, even at the expense of their own happiness and sanity? What happens when one's well-being is constantly sacrificed for the sake of others? Is it possible that such selflessness is not sustainable, that it eventually leads to burnout, resentment, and even mental breakdown? Now, let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's constant focus on the well-being of others leads to a suppression of his own needs, desires, and emotional vulnerabilities, making him increasingly isolated and emotionally fragile. It's as if he's so busy caring for everyone else that he forgets to care for himself. He bottles up his own feelings, unable to assert himself or express his own anger, frustration, or disappointment. This creates a sense of inner turmoil, contributing to his eventual mental breakdown. Stay with me, for it gets darker. Expand on that. His selflessness, while admirable, is ultimately unsustainable because it prevents him from forming healthy boundaries and maintaining a sense of self-preservation. He becomes a doormat for others, allowing them to walk all over him without protest. He sacrifices his own needs and desires to please others, losing sight of who he is and what he wants. And in the end, he is left alone, emotionally drained and on the verge of collapse. In a way, is his selflessness actually selfish? Think about the concept of implosion of unexpressed emotions, where repressed feelings and unmet needs gradually accumulate, leading to a buildup of internal pressure that eventually explodes in the form of mental illness or emotional collapse. Mishkin's inability to process his own negative emotions, coupled with the constant stress of navigating a corrupt and chaotic world, creates a perfect storm for psychological breakdown. What if one's biggest strength could also be their greatest weakness? This brings us to the psychological concept of emotional regulation, highlighting the importance of healthy coping mechanisms for managing stress and maintaining emotional equilibrium. Mishkin lacks these coping mechanisms. He doesn't know how to assert himself, express his anger, or set boundaries. He internalizes his emotions, allowing them to fester and grow until they eventually overwhelm him. In the end, he becomes a victim of his own good intentions, a tragic example of the devastating consequences of unchecked innocence. Stay with me. It's important to remember the warning signs. Consider the evidence from the novel detailing Mishkin's increasingly frequent and severe epileptic episodes, which serve as physical manifestations of his internal stress and emotional turmoil. These episodes are not merely random occurrences. They are the body's way of signaling that something is deeply wrong. They are a cry for help, a desperate attempt to release the pent-up pressure that is building inside him. How could those around him miss such obvious signs? For example, analyze specific scenes where Mishkin experiences moments of disorientation, confusion, and emotional instability, highlighting the gradual erosion of his mental faculties. His attempts to maintain a facade of composure and rationality become increasingly strained, revealing the fragility of his mental state and his growing detachment from reality. It's as if he's slowly losing his grip on sanity, slipping further and further away from the world around him. Does this seem like a worthwhile sacrifice for trying to be a good person? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's journey represents a tragic downward spiral, demonstrating the devastating consequences of unchecked innocence on both the individual and those around them. His story serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the most virtuous intentions can have unintended and devastating consequences. True virtue, it seems, requires a balance between compassion and self-awareness, idealism and pragmatism, innocence and resilience. But does that balance truly exist? This raises the question, does Mishkin do more harm than good? Is his presence in the lives of others ultimately destructive, despite his best intentions? Perhaps the most virtuous act is to prioritize one's own well-being and protect oneself from being overwhelmed by the darkness of the world. Stay with me as we uncover the answer. And this brings us to the final revelation, the interconnectedness of suffering. Is suffering inevitable, and can it be transferred from one person to another? Does Mishkin, in his attempt to alleviate the suffering of others, inadvertently absorb their pain, carrying it with him until it eventually overwhelms him? What we'll discover next is a profound reflection on the complexities of human nature, the limitations of innocence, and the enduring power of compassion in a world filled with darkness. But does Mishkin do more harm than good? Is his presence in the lives of others ultimately destructive, despite his best intentions? It's a question that haunts the narrative of the idiot. And now, we must confront it head-on. Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's extreme innocence inadvertently attracts those who are morally bankrupt or emotionally needy, turning him into a target for moral vampirism. Think about it like this. Mishkin's perceived purity and compassion act as a beacon for those seeking validation, redemption, or simply a source of emotional energy. He's seen as a blank slate onto which they can project their own desires and fantasies, a vessel of unconditional love and acceptance. But here's the problem. This inherent goodness becomes a resource to be exploited, draining him emotionally and spiritually while perpetuating the cycle of dependency. It's as if his very presence is an invitation for others to offload their burdens onto him, turning him into a repository for their pain and dysfunction. Are good people taken advantage of more? Now, let's expand on the concept that Mishkin's innocence highlights the void, or lack of wholeness in others, creating a deep yearning for something they feel they are missing. It's as if he embodies a state of grace and authenticity that they desperately crave, a purity of spirit that stands in stark contrast to their own compromised moral landscapes. Because of this stark contrast, characters project their own desires for purity, authenticity, or redemption onto Mishkin, attempting to fill this void through their connection with him. He becomes a mirror reflecting their own unfulfilled potential, a constant reminder of what they could be, but are not. What does Mishkin represent that others desire? This brings us to the psychological concept of idealization, where individuals attribute exaggerated positive qualities to others, often as a way to compensate for their own insecurities or feelings of inadequacy. They see in Mishkin a perfection that doesn't truly exist, projecting their own unmet needs and desires onto him. But here's the twist. This idealization is ultimately unsustainable, as Mishkin is, after all, a flawed human being, and the inevitable disillusionment can lead to resentment and even hatred. It is not long before those around him turn on him. For evidence from the novel, consider Hippolyte and other characters' reliance on Mishkin to provide meaning and purpose to their lives, even as they are on a path of destruction. They cling to him as a lifeline, seeking his approval, his forgiveness, his understanding. But their reliance is ultimately parasitic, draining Mishkin of his own emotional resources and preventing them from taking responsibility for their own lives. This dynamic is particularly evident in Hippolyte's deathbed confession, where he demands Mishkin's attention and sympathy, seeking to extract some sense of meaning from his impending demise. Think about it, these characters attempt to extract emotional support, validation, and forgiveness from Mishkin, often at the expense of his own well-being. They see him as an endless source of compassion, a bottomless well of empathy. But Mishkin is not a machine. He is a human being with his own limitations and vulnerabilities. His attempts to offer genuine compassion and understanding are misinterpreted as a sign of weakness or a tacit endorsement of their destructive behavior. They mistake his kindness for naivete, seeing him as someone who can be easily manipulated or taken advantage of. This is especially true in scenarios where characters are trying to pull Mishkin into their world. Now, let's analyze the ethical complexities of being a moral crutch for others, questioning whether Mishkin's unwavering support ultimately enables their destructive tendencies or hinders their personal growth. This raises a difficult question. Is there a line between helping and enabling? Is he truly helping these individuals, or is he simply prolonging their suffering by shielding them from the consequences of their actions? Perhaps, true empathy requires a degree of detachment and a recognition that some individuals are unwilling or unable to help themselves. But here's the twist. Mishkin's kindness inadvertently plants the seeds of destruction in the lives of those he seeks to help, foreshadowing the tragic consequences that unfold in the later stages of the novel. Can genuine kindness lead to unintended harm, and is there a point at which compassion becomes a destructive force? Let's now transition to a darker exploration of how Mishkin's innocence exacerbates pre-existing flaws and triggers negative behaviors in those around him, ultimately contributing to their downfall. Let's now introduce the premise that Mishkin's presence, while seemingly benign, acts as an amplifier of existing character flaws and unresolved conflicts in the lives of those he encounters. It's as if his unwavering goodness forces others to confront their own shortcomings, insecurities, and moral compromises, leading to defensive reactions and destructive behavior. The question then becomes, is it better to leave sleeping dogs lie? This forces others to confront their own shadows, their own repressed desires, their own moral failings. But instead of embracing this opportunity for self-reflection and growth, they often lash out, projecting their own negativity onto Mishkin, resent him for his inherent goodness. Mishkin's innocence becomes a catalyst for the unraveling of hidden truths and the exposure of long-simmering tensions, ultimately accelerating the path to tragedy. Does this mean that some people aren't meant to be good? Now, let's expand on the concept of the unraveling, where Mishkin's presence triggers a cascade of events that expose the underlying hypocrisy, resentment, and suppressed desires within the social circles he inhabits. This is especially true because his inability to participate in social games and power dynamics destabilizes the existing order, forcing characters to confront the artificiality of their relationships and the emptiness of their ambitions. It's as if he shines a light on the darkness that they have been so carefully concealing, revealing the ugliness beneath the surface of their carefully constructed facades. What does Mishkin unravel about each character? This brings us to the psychological concept of cognitive dissonance, where individuals experience discomfort when confronted with information that contradicts their existing beliefs, leading to attempts to reduce the dissonance through rationalization, denial, or aggression. When Mishkin's presence challenges their worldview, they experience a sense of inner turmoil, which they attempt to resolve by attacking him, discrediting him, or simply dismissing him as an idiot. It is an easier choice than self-reflection. For character-specific examples from the novel illustrating how Mishkin's presence amplifies negative traits and exacerbates existing conflicts, consider Nastasia Filipovna's self-destruction, Rogozhin's jealousy, and Ganya's greed. In Nastasia Filipovna, Mishkin's genuine offer of love and respect clashes with her own deep-seated feelings of unworthiness, leading her to sabotage her own happiness and ultimately choose a path of self-destruction. In Rogozhin, Mishkin's innocent affection for Nastasia Philippovna fuels his jealousy and possessiveness, driving him to commit acts of violence. Focus on those who are in between good and bad. Consider specific scenes where Mishkin's actions, though well-intentioned, inadvertently trigger outbursts of anger, resentment, or violence, revealing the hidden depths of these characters' darkness. His attempts to offer genuine compassion and understanding are misinterpreted as condescension, manipulation, or a threat to their existing power structures. It is a story that repeats itself over and over again. Let's analyze how Mishkin's journey exemplifies a butterfly effect, where a seemingly insignificant action or presence can have far-reaching and unpredictable consequences, particularly when it comes to human relationships and moral choices. It's as if his every move sets off a chain reaction, with each act of kindness or compassion having unintended and often devastating repercussions. This is especially true given that true virtue requires a comprehensive understanding of human psychology and a recognition that even the best intentions can lead to unintended harm. This raises the question, is it better to not get involved? We must now transition to the final and most tragic stage of Mishkin's journey, foreshadowing the inevitable descent into darkness and the complete collapse of his idealistic worldview. Is it possible for innocence to survive in a world that is fundamentally corrupt, or is it destined to be consumed by the darkness it encounters? What we'll discover next is a sobering reflection on the limits of human compassion, the enduring power of evil, and the importance of cultivating a more nuanced and realistic understanding of human nature. Stay with me, for the truth is coming. Mishkin's good intentions paved with a path of chaos, but is he truly naive, or is there more to his innocence than meets the eye? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's unwavering innocence inadvertently poses a threat to the established worldviews and coping mechanisms of those around him, as if he were a mirror reflecting back the imperfections they desperately try to conceal. He challenges the comfortable lies they tell themselves to navigate a morally compromised world. Does his presence expose a truth they're not ready to face? Think of it like this. Mishkin, through his mere existence, questions the very foundation upon which others have built their lives. His guileless nature and unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity stand in stark contrast to the cynicism and self-interest that permeate the society he enters. His actions become a silent indictment of their own compromises and moral failings, forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves and the world they inhabit. Imagine being constantly reminded of your own shortcomings by someone who embodies the very qualities you lack. How would you react? This unwavering goodness becomes a source of cognitive dissonance, triggering a variety of psychological defense mechanisms aimed at protecting their existing beliefs. Let's expand on this idea. Mishkin's truth becomes a challenge to the lies that others have so carefully constructed to protect themselves from the pain and uncertainty of existence. His unwavering faith in the inherent goodness of humanity clashes with their own jaded perspectives, forcing them to confront the possibility that their cynicism and self-interest may be nothing more than elaborate coping mechanisms. Are people really ready to hear that their foundations are wrong? His presence is a catalyst for internal conflict, exposing the cracks in their carefully constructed facades and threatening to shatter their illusions of control. In a world built on lies, how can they handle the truth? This brings us to the concept that people are not always receptive to the truth, particularly when it challenges their deeply held beliefs and values. We must remember that self-deception can be a powerful tool for survival, allowing individuals to maintain a sense of psychological equilibrium in the face of overwhelming adversity. Confronting uncomfortable truths about themselves and the world can be incredibly painful, and many people would rather cling to their illusions than face the harsh realities of existence. The question then becomes, how far are people willing to go to protect their lies? Now, let's expand on the concept of psychological defense mechanisms, explaining how they are used to protect individuals from anxiety, guilt, shame, and other negative emotions that might arise from being near such an innocent being. These mechanisms act as filters, distorting reality to minimize threats and maintain a sense of psychological equilibrium. They are the mind's way of shielding itself from psychic pain, even if it means sacrificing honesty and self-awareness. But at what cost? Think of psychological defense mechanisms as the mind's way of constructing a fortress around its most vulnerable aspects. Rationalization allows individuals to justify their actions, even when they are morally questionable. Denial enables them to ignore unpleasant realities, pretending that they don't exist. Projection involves attributing their own unacceptable thoughts and feelings to others. Intellectualization allows them to distance themselves from their emotions by analyzing situations in a cold, detached manner. And reaction formation involves expressing the opposite of their true feelings, often in an exaggerated way. The commonality here is the creation of a lie to protect the status quo. This brings us to a spectrum of defense mechanisms commonly employed in response to Mishkin's innocence, including rationalization, denial, projection, intellectualization, and reaction formation. Each of these mechanisms functions to distort reality, minimize threats, and maintain a sense of psychological equilibrium in the face of Mishkin's destabilizing presence. They are tools of self-preservation, employed to protect the ego from the pain of confronting uncomfortable truths. The question then becomes, how effective are these mechanisms in the long run? But what are the pros and cons of each defense mechanism? While they may provide temporary relief from anxiety and distress, they ultimately come at a cost. Rationalization can lead to self-deception and a distorted sense of reality. Denial can prevent individuals from addressing important issues and making necessary changes. Projection can damage relationships and create conflict. Intellectualization can lead to emotional detachment and a lack of empathy. And reaction formation can result in inauthentic behavior and a suppression of genuine feelings. It's as if you're patching a dam when you could be fixing the source. For evidence from the novel illustrating how different individuals employ specific defense mechanisms in response to Mishkin's innocence, consider Ganya rationalizing his greed, Rogozhin projecting his darkness onto Mishkin, and the Epanchin sisters intellectualizing his idiocy. Ganya attempts to justify his pursuit of wealth and social status, convincing himself that it is necessary for his own survival and the well-being of his family. Rogozhin, plagued by his own inner demons, projects his violent tendencies onto Mishkin, seeing him as a rival for Nastasia Filipovna's affections. And the Epanchin sisters, unable to comprehend Mishkin's simple goodness, dismiss him as a harmless idiot, intellectualizing his behavior to distance themselves from his unsettling presence. They each choose to lie to themselves rather than to be honest. There are also specific scenes where these defense mechanisms are on full display, showcasing the characters' attempts to distance themselves from Mishkin, discredit his values, or justify their own behaviors. Consider the scene where Ganya tries to convince Mishkin that his pursuit of Nastasia Filipovna is purely a matter of financial gain, or the scene where Rogozhin accuses Mishkin of being a hypocrite, projecting his own jealousy and possessiveness onto him. And remember the scene where the Epanchin sisters discuss Mishkin's idiocy in hushed tones, intellectualizing his behavior to maintain their sense of superiority. What do these scenes have in common? An aversion to the truth. But here's the twist. These defense mechanisms ultimately fail to provide lasting relief, as the underlying cognitive dissonance persists, leading to further conflict, anxiety, and destructive behavior. Ganya's greed consumes him, driving him to make increasingly desperate and reckless choices. Ragajan's jealousy escalates, culminating in acts of violence. And the Epanchin sisters remain trapped in their own self-imposed limitations, unable to experience genuine connection and fulfillment. The cracks in their foundations widen. Ultimately, the people around Mishkin are unwilling to change their ways. Despite Mishkin's presence and his attempts to offer them a different path, they remain entrenched in their patterns of self-deception and destructive behavior. They cling to their illusions, even as they crumble around them, unwilling to confront the uncomfortable truths that Mishkin represents. The question then becomes, is change even possible? Let's analyze how the characters' resistance to Mishkin's truth, through the use of defense mechanisms, ultimately proves futile, as their underlying flaws and moral compromises are eventually exposed, leading to tragic consequences. Their attempts to protect themselves from the pain of self-awareness only serve to prolong their suffering and deepen their descent into darkness. It's a tragic cycle of self-deception and destruction. But here's a critical question. Does genuine self-awareness require a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths and dismantle one's own defense mechanisms, even at the cost of temporary discomfort or emotional pain? Perhaps true growth and healing can only occur when we are willing to let go of our illusions and embrace the full spectrum of our human experience, including the pain, the shame, and the guilt. So what's the answer? Embrace discomfort. This brings us to the ethical implications of perpetuating self-deception, weighing the short-term benefits of psychological comfort against the long-term consequences of moral compromise. Is it ever justifiable to lie to oneself in order to maintain a sense of psychological well-being? Or does such self-deception ultimately lead to a diminished sense of moral responsibility and a corrosion of one's character? Is it better to live a lie? With this in mind, what happens when individuals prioritize the protection of their own ego and worldview over the well-being of others and the pursuit of truth? What happens when they cling to their illusions, even as they contribute to the suffering of those around them? In The Idiot, we see the devastating impact of these choices on the overall narrative, revealing the interconnectedness of suffering and the importance of cultivating empathy, humility, and a willingness to challenge one's own beliefs. As we continue, prepare yourself for a somber reflection on the unforeseen consequences of prioritizing self-preservation over genuine connection and moral integrity, foreshadowing the tragic unraveling of relationships and the descent into despair. Now, what about the illusion of control? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's unwavering innocence shatters the illusion of control that many characters attempt to maintain over their lives and social circumstances. The characters are trying to keep the house of cards from falling down, and Mishkin is unknowingly taking cards from the bottom. His unpredictable behavior and unconventional values disrupt their carefully constructed plans and expose the underlying chaos and uncertainty of reality. Are they able to stop the collapse? Think of it this way. In a world obsessed with order and predictability, Mishkin represents a force of pure, unadulterated chaos. He doesn't play by the rules, he doesn't adhere to social conventions, and he doesn't seem to care about the consequences of his actions. His very existence is a threat to the carefully constructed facades that others have erected to maintain a sense of control over their lives. In an ever-changing landscape, how does one stay on top? Mishkin's presence becomes a source of anxiety and frustration, as it undermines their attempts to control their environment and predict the outcomes of their actions. They are constantly trying to anticipate his next move, to understand his motivations, to bring him in line with their own expectations. But Mishkin remains an enigma, a force of nature that cannot be tamed or controlled. What happens when there's no way to win? Let's consider the concept of control and chaos and how one affects the other. Control is often seen as a way to mitigate risk, to ensure stability, and to achieve desired outcomes. But it can also be a form of self-deception, a way of denying the inherent unpredictability of life. Chaos, on the other hand, represents the forces of change, uncertainty, and disruption. It can be frightening and overwhelming, but it can also be a source of creativity, innovation, and growth. In a world defined by constant change, can we truly ever be in control? Now, let's expand on the concept of embracing uncertainty versus imposing order. Mishkin embodies an acceptance of the unpredictable nature of life, while the other characters attempt to impose rigid structures and control mechanisms on their environment. Mishkin seems to flow with the current, adapting to whatever circumstances arise, while the others struggle to maintain their grip on a reality that is constantly slipping away. Who has the right idea? This brings us to their need for control stemming from a deep-seated fear of vulnerability and a desire to avoid the pain and disappointment that inevitably accompany uncertainty. They are afraid of being hurt, of being rejected, of being exposed as frauds. They cling to their illusions of control as a way of protecting themselves from these fears. Their world will eventually come crashing down. But consider this, the philosophical concept of existentialism, highlighting the importance of embracing freedom, responsibility, and the inherent meaninglessness of existence. Existentialism suggests that we are born into a world without inherent purpose or meaning, and that it is up to us to create our own values and define our own existence. This freedom can be both liberating and terrifying, as it places the full burden of responsibility on our shoulders. With freedom comes the terror of choice. There's a burden of freedom, and some people prefer to be controlled. They seek out rigid structures, hierarchical organizations, and authoritarian leaders who can provide them with a sense of security and direction. They willingly surrender their autonomy in exchange for the comfort of knowing that someone else is in charge. Are we truly free if we have no direction? Now, let's provide examples from the novel contrasting Mishkin's reactions to unexpected events with the reactions of other characters, highlighting his capacity for acceptance and adaptation versus their tendency to resist and control. When faced with adversity, Mishkin responds with compassion, understanding, and a willingness to help. The others react with anger, frustration, and attempts to manipulate the situation to their advantage. The contrast is stark. There are specific scenes where Mishkin responds to chaos with equanimity and compassion, while others react with anger, frustration, or attempts to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Remember the scene where Nastasia Filipovna throws the money into the fire, and Mishkin calmly tries to retrieve it, while Ganya becomes enraged and attempts to stop her. Or the scene where Rogozhin confronts Mishkin with his jealousy, and Mishkin responds with empathy and forgiveness, while Rogozhin remains consumed by his own rage. One chooses to help, the other to dominate. Consider the underlying values and beliefs that shape their perceptions of reality and their approaches to navigating life's challenges. Mishkin's values of compassion, empathy, and acceptance allow him to embrace uncertainty and find meaning in the present moment. The others' values of control, power, and self-interest lead them to resist change and cling to their illusions of certainty. Does it matter what they choose to value? But here's a critical point. Those around Mishkin can't adapt to an ever-changing landscape. They are so fixated on maintaining control that they become blind to the opportunities for growth and connection that arise from embracing uncertainty. They are trapped in their own self-imposed limitations, unable to experience the full richness and complexity of life. Will they realize this before it's too late? Now, let's analyze the paradoxical relationship between control and happiness, questioning whether the pursuit of absolute control ultimately leads to greater fulfillment or greater suffering. The desire for control can be a powerful motivator, driving individuals to achieve great things and create order out of chaos. However, it can also be a source of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction, as the pursuit of absolute control is ultimately a futile endeavor. Is there a balance? There's a sense that true happiness may require a willingness to surrender control, embrace uncertainty, and find meaning in the present moment, rather than constantly striving to shape the future according to one's own desires. It's the classic concept that happiness can only be found when you stop looking for it. Only then can the present moment be appreciated. But can we truly control anything at all? Or is our sense of control merely an illusion, a comforting fiction that we create to shield ourselves from the inherent unpredictability of life? Are we simply passengers on a ship, at the mercy of the waves, or do we have the power to steer our own course? Are we driving the car, or is the car driving us? Prepare yourself for the final and most devastating stage of the narrative, foreshadowing the characters' ultimate reckoning with the harsh realities of life and the complete collapse of their illusions of control. What happens when the carefully constructed facades of control and certainty are shattered by the overwhelming force of reality? What happens when everything falls apart? The video will conclude with a profound reflection on the nature of suffering, the limits of human agency, and the enduring power of compassion in a world defined by chaos and uncertainty. Stay with me because the revelations are coming. But what if Mishkin's goodness isn't just a personal trait, but a silent accusation against those who have chosen a different path? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's visible innocence and lack of malice triggers spiritual envy in those who perceive themselves as morally inferior or incapable of achieving such purity, almost like a spiritual immune response. He represents something they can't attain, and that creates friction. But can goodness really provoke such negativity? Think of it this way. Mishkin's very presence is a constant reminder of the moral compromises others have made. He embodies a purity of spirit that they feel is beyond their reach, and this creates a deep-seated sense of inadequacy. It's not just about material possessions or social status. It's about something much more profound: the state of their souls. This envy manifests as a desire to either emulate Mishkin's goodness or, more destructively, to corrupt or destroy it, motivated by a subconscious need to alleviate their own feelings of inadequacy. What happens when someone is a constant reminder of your own failure? Let's expand on this idea. This spiritual envy is a key factor in the tragic events of the novel, driving characters to act in ways that are both self-destructive and harmful to others. It's as if Mishkin's innocence becomes a mirror, reflecting back their own moral failings and triggering a desperate attempt to either purify themselves or destroy the mirror. It's a high-stakes game of seeing who can compromise who first. But is spiritual envy truly more potent than its material counterpart? Is spiritual envy more dangerous than material envy? It's a compelling question, because material envy often focuses on tangible possessions or achievements, while spiritual envy targets something far more intrinsic, a person's very being. Material envy might drive someone to acquire wealth or status, but spiritual envy can drive them to try to destroy someone else's goodness, to tear down what they cannot build within themselves. Think of a student who's jealous of another's intelligence, versus one that's jealous of their high moral standing. Ultimately, spiritual envy leads to a more insidious and destructive form of behavior. Now, how does this envy manifest? This brings us to the concept that spiritual envy can lead to two distinct paths: emulation, an attempt to adopt Mishkin's virtues, or destruction, an effort to diminish or eliminate his perceived superiority. It's almost a fight or flight response, but on a spiritual plane. Each character must decide whether to rise to Mishkin's level or try and bring Mishkin down to theirs. It's a battle for the very soul, but which path will they choose? Let's delve deeper. The path of emulation is often fraught with difficulty, as it requires a fundamental shift in character and a willingness to confront one's own flaws, leading some to abandon the effort and turn to destruction instead. It's as if they realize it's easier to tear down a building than to build one, and thus revert to their darker, more primal impulses. What then? This brings us to the psychological concepts of identification and internalization in relation to emulation, and splitting and projection in relation to destruction. Identification is the process of adopting the characteristics of another person, while internalization is the process of making those characteristics a part of one's own identity. Splitting is a defense mechanism in which a person divides the world into good and bad objects, while projection is the process of attributing one's own unacceptable thoughts and feelings to others. So, where do these psychological concepts lead? But here's the twist: these concepts determine the fate of the characters. Those who attempt emulation identify with Mishkin's goodness and try to internalize his virtues, while those who choose destruction split him into a good object and project their own negative qualities onto him. It's a desperate attempt to justify their own actions by making Mishkin the scapegoat for their own failings. What then? Which characters are more prone to each path? Which characters are more prone to each path? Rogozhin, driven by his passionate and volatile nature, is more prone to destruction, while Aglaia, with her strong will and desire for self-improvement, is more inclined towards emulation, at least initially. Ganya Ivalgin vacillates between the two, torn between his desire for wealth and social status and his admiration for Mishkin's integrity. But these choices are not set in stone. They are constantly shifting and evolving as the characters grapple with their own inner demons and the complexities of their relationships with Mishkin. It's the ultimate battle of light and dark. Now, let's provide character-specific examples from the novel illustrating individuals who initially attempt to emulate Mishkin's goodness, but ultimately succumb to destructive impulses, such as Rogozhin or Ganya Ivalgin. Consider Rogozhin's initial fascination with Mishkin, his almost reverential attitude towards him, and his desire to be seen as a friend. He is drawn to Mishkin's purity and goodness, and he seems to genuinely want to be a better person himself. Remember, he is quick to call Mishkin brother. But how long can this last? There are specific scenes where these characters express admiration for Mishkin's purity, but then betray him or act against his values, revealing the internal conflict between their desires and their actions. Think of the scene where Rogozhin and Mishkin exchange crosses, a symbol of brotherhood and spiritual connection. But this moment of unity is soon overshadowed by Rogozhin's growing jealousy and possessiveness towards Nastasia Filipovna, leading him to betray Mishkin's trust and ultimately commit a terrible act of violence. It's almost as if they need to prove Mishkin's ways wrong. How can they be so easily swayed? Let's analyze how their failures to achieve genuine transformation lead to resentment and a desire to tear down what they cannot attain, contributing to the overall tragedy of the story. They are like moths drawn to a flame, only to be burned by its intensity. They want what Mishkin has, but they lack the strength or the will to truly change themselves, so they lash out in anger and frustration, seeking to destroy what they cannot possess. A tragic cycle of self-destruction. But here's the critical question. Does the fault lie entirely with these characters, or does Mishkin bear some responsibility for the tragic events that unfold? His unwavering innocence and his refusal to judge others may be seen as a virtue, but they also make him blind to the darkness that lurks within the human heart. He trusts too easily, he forgives too readily, and he fails to recognize the potential for evil that exists in those around him. Is his naivete a strength or a weakness? Let's now consider the self-defeating nature of envy. Let's analyze how spiritual envy, regardless of whether it leads to emulation or destruction, is ultimately a self-defeating emotion, as it prevents individuals from achieving genuine happiness or fulfillment. Whether they try to become like Mishkin and fail, or try to tear Mishkin down, they are both unable to focus on their own true needs. In focusing on others, they neglect themselves and their own paths to joy. So what prevents them from self-improvement? Does true spiritual growth require a focus on self-improvement rather than a comparison with others, emphasizing the importance of cultivating humility, compassion, and self-acceptance? Perhaps the key lies not in trying to emulate someone else's virtues or tear down their perceived superiority, but in focusing on one's own journey of self-discovery and cultivating the qualities that lead to genuine happiness and fulfillment. The question then becomes, can they ever escape this trap? Consider this, the ethical implications of acting out of envy, weighing the potential harm to others against the long-term consequences for one's own soul. Is it ever justifiable to harm another person in order to alleviate one's own feelings of inadequacy or resentment? Or does such behavior ultimately lead to a diminished sense of moral responsibility and a corrosion of one's character? What happens when we only look to ourselves? Comparison is the thief of joy. This phrase encapsulates the destructive nature of envy, highlighting how it robs individuals of their own happiness by constantly measuring themselves against others. As we continue, what if Mishkin's innocence is not just a source of envy, but a direct challenge to the values of those around him, prompting them to deliberately corrupt his purity? Let's transition to a darker exploration of how the desire to corrupt Mishkin's innocence becomes a deliberate act for some characters, driven by a deep-seated resentment of his purity and a desire to drag him down to their level. It's no longer just about envy or inadequacy. It's about a conscious decision to undermine his goodness and prove that everyone is capable of darkness, an active choice. What motivates such behavior? Can innocence be deliberately corrupted? And what motivates individuals to engage in such destructive behavior? It's a disturbing question, but it gets to the heart of the moral complexities of the idiot. Is it simply a matter of envy and resentment, or is there something more at play? The video will soon delve into the psychological roots of this desire, revealing the complex interplay of envy, insecurity, and a perverse sense of power. But first, we must delve into the premise of innocence as an insult to the corrupted. Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's innocence is perceived as an implicit insult by those who have embraced corruption or compromised their moral values. He isn't simply different. He is a walking, talking condemnation of their choices. His very existence is a challenge to their way of life, a constant reminder of the path they chose not to take. It is an arrogance of innocence. How can one endure that? Think of it this way: his unwavering goodness serves as a constant reminder of their own failings, triggering feelings of guilt, shame, and self-loathing. They see in him what they have lost or perhaps never possessed, and it fills them with a burning resentment. It's not just that he's good, it's that he makes them feel bad about themselves. But how far will they go to silence this internal critic? Consider the idea that the desire to corrupt Mishkin stems from a need to alleviate these negative feelings by proving that everyone is capable of darkness, and that innocence is ultimately unsustainable. It's a twisted form of self-justification, a desperate attempt to convince themselves that they are not alone in their moral compromises. If they can corrupt Mishkin, then they can prove that goodness is an illusion and that everyone is inherently flawed. It's almost as if they are trying to spread the guilt around. But is that really the case? Is innocence annoying to corrupted individuals? The question may seem absurd at first, but it gets to the heart of the psychological dynamics at play. To those who have embraced darkness, innocence can be a constant irritant, a nagging reminder of what they have lost or sacrificed. It challenges their worldview, threatens their sense of self-worth, and forces them to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. In this sense, yes, innocence can be incredibly annoying, even infuriating. Now, let's explore how this annoyance manifests. This brings us to the concept of the need to validate personal darkness, explaining how individuals who have embraced unethical behavior often seek to normalize or justify their actions by corrupting others. If they can get others to join them in their darkness, then they can alleviate their own guilt and shame. It's a twisted form of social proof, a way of convincing themselves that they are not alone in their moral failings. It assuages the self-imposed guilt. But how does this process work? Let's delve deeper. This process involves projecting their own negative qualities onto others, manipulating them into acting against their values, and then using this as evidence that everyone is inherently flawed. It's a form of psychological warfare, a way of turning others into reflections of their own inner darkness. It involves eroding their moral boundaries, exploiting their weaknesses, and ultimately convincing them to betray their own principles. How insidious can this process become? Consider this concept, the psychological concept of moral disengagement, highlighting the various mechanisms that individuals use to rationalize unethical behavior and reduce feelings of guilt or responsibility. Moral disengagement allows people to separate their actions from their moral values, making it easier to justify unethical behavior. It involves distorting the consequences of their actions, minimizing their own role in the harm caused, and dehumanizing their victims. The sum total of these actions, a slow erosion of moral fiber. But how do people rationalize their actions? They might convince themselves that their actions are justified by a higher purpose, that they are acting in self-defense, or that their victims deserve what they get. They might minimize the harm caused by their actions, arguing that it's not that bad, or that everyone does it. And they might dehumanize their victims, seeing them as less than human, and therefore not deserving of the same moral consideration. Ultimately, what's the goal? Let's now provide examples from the novel illustrating specific attempts to entrap Mishkin or influence him to act against his values. Think of the various characters who try to manipulate Mishkin into engaging in dishonest or unethical behavior, such as spreading gossip, participating in financial schemes, or engaging in romantic relationships that violate his principles. They see him as a naive and trusting individual, ripe for exploitation. It's the classic wolf in sheep's clothing. Now, how do these characters try to corrupt Mishkin? Remember specific scenes where characters try to manipulate Mishkin into engaging in dishonest or unethical behavior, such as spreading gossip, participating in financial schemes, or engaging in romantic relationships that violate his principles. Remember the scene where Lebedev tries to involve Mishkin in his shady business dealings, or the scene where Ganya tries to convince Mishkin to marry Aglaya for her money. They each try and get Mishkin on their side, but will it work? Consider this point. Mishkin's resistance to these temptations only intensifies the character's desire to corrupt him, leading to increasingly desperate and destructive measures. His unwavering goodness becomes a challenge to their own moral compromises, and they become obsessed with proving that he is just as flawed as they are. It's a perverse form of validation, a desperate attempt to alleviate their own guilt and shame, an unceasing obsession. Focus on scenarios that show characters hoping to make Mishkin break bad. They want him to lose his temper, to act selfishly, to betray his own principles. They want to see him fall from grace, to prove that innocence is just a facade. They desperately try and convince him to be on their side. It's an all-or-nothing game. But can Mishkin be corrupted? Now, Let's analyze how the attempts to corrupt Mishkin's innocence ultimately fail, as his unwavering goodness proves to be a resilient force that cannot be extinguished, even in the face of intense pressure and manipulation. He remains true to himself, even when those around him are trying to tear him down. He is an unbreakable force. But what does that say about corruption as a whole? Is true innocence invulnerable to corruption, or whether it simply transforms in response to adversity, becoming a more nuanced and resilient form of virtue? Perhaps innocence is not a static state, but a dynamic process of learning and growth, a constant struggle to maintain one's moral compass in the face of temptation and adversity. It's almost like a muscle that becomes stronger with use. However, is that true? Consider the ethical implications of attempting to corrupt another person, emphasizing the profound harm that can be inflicted on both the target and the perpetrator. To attempt to corrupt another person is to violate their very being, to undermine their sense of self-worth, and to inflict lasting damage on their soul. And for the perpetrator, it leads to a descent into darkness, a corrosion of their own moral values and an ultimate loss of their own humanity. A lose-lose scenario. Is corruption a choice? It is a question that has been debated for centuries with no easy answers. Some argue that corruption is the result of external factors, such as poverty, inequality, or lack of opportunity. Others argue that it is a matter of individual character, a choice that each person makes for themselves. But perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Perhaps corruption is the result of a complex interplay of both internal and external forces, a decision influenced by many factors. Now, prepare yourself for the final and most challenging test of Mishkin's character, foreshadowing the tragic events that will determine whether his innocence will ultimately triumph over the forces of darkness or be consumed by them. The stakes are higher than ever before, and the fate of Mishkin, as well as those around him, hangs in the balance. What happens when innocence is confronted with ultimate evil? Can innocence remain untainted in a world defined by corruption and violence, or is it destined to be destroyed or transformed beyond recognition? It's a question that resonates far beyond the pages of The Idiot, speaking to the enduring human struggle between good and evil. The video will soon conclude with a profound reflection on the nature of good and evil, the limits of human compassion, and the enduring power of hope in the face of despair. Stay with me. So, does Mishkin's naivete only affect himself, or do his good intentions inadvertently enable harm? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin, despite his good intentions, actively avoids taking responsibility for the real-world consequences of his actions and beliefs, further exacerbating the harm he causes. Think of it this way. While he empathizes deeply with the suffering of others, he often fails to translate this empathy into effective action or to acknowledge his own role in the unfolding tragedies. It's as if he believes that simply feeling sorry for someone is enough, without recognizing the need to intervene or take concrete steps to alleviate their suffering. What results is a kind of moral paralysis, where good intentions are rendered impotent by a lack of accountability. How does this manifest in the real world? This avoidance of responsibility is a key component of his tragic flaw, contributing to the overall sense of helplessness and despair that permeates the novel. He is a passive observer, a well-meaning bystander who is unable to prevent the disasters that unfold around him. His detachment allows the unethical actions of others to continue without confrontation, because he fails to accept responsibility for the outcomes. Is this inaction truly harmless? Let's consider the idea that good intentions are not enough, and that actions must be coupled with accountability. Intention without action is merely a thought. It's a sentiment that remains trapped within the confines of one's own mind, never translating into tangible change. Action, however, requires courage, commitment, and a willingness to confront the complexities and potential consequences of one's choices. How can this be applied to Mishkin? Now, let's expand on the concept of the bystander effect and its connection to Mishkin's moral passivity, explaining how his presence often inhibits others from taking action, while he himself remains paralyzed by his own internal conflicts. What this means is that his very presence discourages onlookers from getting involved because they assume that someone else will inevitably step in. It's a diffusion of responsibility, where everyone thinks that someone else will take care of the problem, resulting in no one doing anything at all. But why is this the case? His unwillingness to judge or condemn others, while seemingly compassionate, prevents him from intervening in situations where decisive action is necessary to prevent harm. By refusing to take a firm stance against unethical behavior, he inadvertently condones it, creating an environment where exploitation and violence can flourish unchecked. It is an inability to see the forest for the trees, a compassion that blinds him to the need for direct intervention. When is it necessary to judge? Consider the ethical concept of duty of care and its applicability to Mishkin's relationships with the other characters, questioning whether he fulfills his moral obligations to protect those who are vulnerable. A duty of care is a legal and ethical obligation to avoid acts or omissions that could reasonably be foreseen to cause harm to others. Is Mishkin actively causing harm, or simply allowing it to occur? However, Mishkin often neglects this duty, prioritizing his own desire to remain untainted by the world's negativity over the safety and well-being of those around him. It's a tragic irony, as his compassion becomes a form of negligence, leading to devastating consequences for himself and others. Think about instances in your own life. Have you ever been aware of abuse or exploitation but did nothing to prevent it? Let's consider the problem of people standing by and not acting. They remain silent, frozen by fear, uncertainty, or a misguided belief that intervention is someone else's responsibility. It's a form of moral cowardice, a failure to confront the darkness that exists in the world, and it allows evil to thrive unchecked. But can Mishkin be blamed for this? Now, let's move on to instances where Mishkin fails to intervene. Let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating instances where Mishkin fails to intervene in situations of abuse, exploitation, or violence, despite being aware of the potential harm. For example, there are scenes where he witnesses characters being manipulated, mistreated, or driven to despair, yet remains passive, offering only words of comfort or vague assurances of hope, without taking concrete action. Think of Nastasia Filipovna's increasingly erratic and self-destructive actions. Mishkin witnesses it all but does little. But why doesn't he act? It's as if he believes that his mere presence is enough, that his words of kindness and empathy will somehow magically transform the situation, without recognizing the need for direct intervention or practical assistance. Is he just too naive to know better? His inaction contributes to the escalation of these conflicts and the eventual tragic outcomes, highlighting the devastating consequences of his moral passivity. Think about how this unfolds. Because he stands by and does nothing, violence and exploitation are allowed to develop. However, can Mishkin be held solely responsible for these outcomes? Remember, Mishkin sees Rogojin's increasing jealousy and violence towards Nastasia Filipovna, but fails to take decisive action to protect her. It is an apparent act of neglect. This ultimately culminates in her tragic death. So, to what degree is Mishkin responsible? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's inaction makes him complicit in the suffering of others, questioning whether his desire to remain pure and untainted ultimately comes at the expense of his moral responsibility to protect the vulnerable. Think about it this way: his hands may be clean, but his conscience should be stained with the knowledge that he could have done more. It's a difficult truth to confront, but it's essential to understanding the tragic dimensions of his character. But what's more important, purity or action? Consider the ethical implications of prioritizing personal integrity over the well-being of others, weighing the potential benefits of maintaining one's own moral code against the potential harm of failing to act in the face of injustice. Is it selfish to prioritize one's own purity over the needs of others, or is it a necessary form of self-preservation? True compassion requires a willingness to get one's hands dirty and to confront evil directly, even at the risk of compromising one's own innocence. This is an important decision. Otherwise, inaction makes one complicit. When is it justifiable to compromise your own values? Let's consider the moral implications of inaction. It is a form of silent endorsement, a tacit acceptance of the status quo, and it allows injustice and oppression to flourish unchecked. Ultimately, what can we learn from this? But that's not all. It's time to transition to a more nuanced exploration of how Mishkin's non-judgmental nature, while seemingly virtuous, leads to unforeseen and destructive consequences, particularly in his relationships with deeply flawed individuals. The question then becomes, can excessive tolerance and a refusal to condemn harmful behavior inadvertently enable that behavior to continue and even escalate? We'll explore that question next. Now, let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's unwavering non-judgment of others, while rooted in compassion, unintentionally enables their destructive behavior by removing the necessary constraints and accountability. What this means is that by refusing to condemn their actions or hold them responsible for their choices, he allows them to continue down a path of self-destruction, unchecked by external criticism or consequences. It's as if he's saying, "I accept you no matter what you do," which, while well-intentioned, can be incredibly damaging to those who are already struggling with self-control and moral compass. Is this acceptance truly helpful? This unintentional enablement is a key factor in the tragic outcomes of the novel, contributing to the overall sense of despair and the failure of Mishkin's attempts to save those around him. He is like a doctor who refuses to diagnose a patient's illness, allowing it to fester and ultimately leading to their demise. Is Mishkin truly helping those around him? Now, let's discuss why boundaries are a necessary part of healthy relationships. Healthy boundaries are essential for maintaining respect, trust, and emotional well-being in any interpersonal relationship. They provide a framework for mutual understanding, accountability, and the protection of individual needs and desires. But what happens when boundaries are absent? Let's expand on the concept of the importance of healthy boundaries in interpersonal relationships, explaining how they provide a framework for mutual respect, accountability, and emotional well-being. Without boundaries, relationships can become chaotic, unbalanced, and even abusive, as individuals are free to exploit, manipulate, and disregard the needs and feelings of others. Boundaries are not walls, but rather lines that define where one person ends and another begins. When those lines are blurred, it can be incredibly damaging. But how does this manifest? Mishkin's lack of boundaries allows others to exploit his compassion, manipulate his emotions, and disregard his own needs and desires, leading to a gradual erosion of his sense of self. It's as if he's a doormat, allowing others to walk all over him without protest or resistance. This can lead to increased stress, anxiety, and a diminished sense of self-worth. How does Mishkin allow others to do this? Consider the psychological concept of codependency and its relevance to Mishkin's relationships, highlighting the patterns of self-sacrifice, enabling, and emotional dependency that characterize his interactions with others. He derives a sense of worth and validation from rescuing or fixing other people, often at the expense of his own well-being. It's a pattern of self-destruction disguised as altruism, Does this cycle ever end? Think about the relationship between Nastasia and Mishkin. She is constantly testing his limits, pushing him to see how much he will endure, while he, in turn, allows her to do so, believing that his unwavering acceptance will somehow heal her wounds. But this dynamic is inherently unequal and unsustainable. What is the result? Now, let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating how characters consistently disregard Mishkin's feelings, needs, and boundaries, taking advantage of his good nature and manipulating him for their own gain. For example, there are scenes where they interrupt him, dismiss his opinions, pressure him into making decisions that he is uncomfortable with, or outright betray his trust, demonstrating a complete lack of respect for his personal autonomy. It's as if they see him as a blank slate, a malleable object to be molded according to their own desires. How do they do this? Think about instances where Mishkin is visibly hurt but internalizes it. He smiles through the pain, forgives their transgressions, and continues to offer his unwavering support, even when they don't deserve it. It's a form of self-imposed martyrdom, a belief that his suffering will somehow atone for their sins. But does it? Mishkin's failure to assert himself or protect his own boundaries contributes to the erosion of his mental and emotional well-being, leading to increased stress, anxiety, and ultimately, his descent into madness. It's as if he's slowly being consumed by the needs and desires of others until there's nothing left of himself. And then what happens? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's unwavering and unconditional acceptance of others, without regard for their behavior or its consequences, ultimately becomes a destructive force, enabling their harmful actions and undermining his own well-being. The question then becomes, does true compassion require a degree of discernment and a willingness to set limits on one's own empathy, recognizing that some individuals are unwilling or unable to accept help and must be allowed to face the consequences of their choices? It's a difficult question, as it challenges our conventional notions of what it means to be kind and compassionate. But is it possible to be too kind? Consider the ethical implications of prioritizing unconditional acceptance over accountability, weighing the potential benefits of extending unlimited empathy against the potential harm of enabling destructive behavior. Is it better to enable destructive behavior or cut it off at the source? What is the most ethical choice? Now, let's discuss the power of positive and negative reinforcement, and which one Mishkin uses. Positive reinforcement involves rewarding desired behaviors, while negative reinforcement involves punishing undesirable behaviors. Mishkin, however, primarily relies on positive reinforcement, offering unwavering acceptance and forgiveness, even when others act in ways that are harmful or destructive. But is this approach effective? This brings us to the culmination of Mishkin's failures, foreshadowing the tragic consequences of his naivete, his avoidance of responsibility, and his inability to set healthy boundaries. What, then, is the ultimate cost of unchecked innocence and the refusal to acknowledge the darkness that exists within human nature? The video will soon conclude with a final and devastating revelation about the nature of good and evil, the limits of human compassion, and the enduring power of tragedy. Stay with me. But that's not all. Let's now transition to a more practical matter. The question then becomes, can an excess of good intentions actually become a hindrance in navigating the complexities of the real world? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's defining trait, innocence, is coupled with a severe deficiency in practical intelligence, or street smarts, rendering him unable to successfully navigate the complexities of the material world. What this means is that while Mishkin possesses keen emotional intelligence and insight into the human soul, he lacks the capacity for strategic thinking, financial acumen, and social maneuvering necessary for daily living. It's as if he sees the world through rose-colored glasses, unable to grasp the self-serving motivations and Machiavellian schemes that drive the actions of others. He is a babe in the woods, lost and vulnerable in a world of wolves. But to what extent is this a flaw? This deficit in practical intelligence is not merely a character quirk, but a critical flaw that exacerbates his vulnerability and contributes to the tragic consequences of his actions. He is like a kind-hearted doctor who lacks the basic knowledge of medicine, eager to heal but ultimately causing more harm than good. Is it possible that, without a certain level of strategic calculation, good intentions are simply not enough? Think about the differences between book smarts and street smarts. Book smarts represent academic knowledge and intellectual understanding, while street smarts embody practical wisdom and the ability to navigate real-world situations. Now, which one is more advantageous? Now, let's expand on the concept of practical intelligence, outlining its key components. The ability to assess situations accurately, make sound judgments, manage resources effectively, and protect oneself from exploitation. What does it truly mean to be street smart? What this means is the ability to read people, anticipate their moves, and negotiate favorable outcomes in various social and economic contexts. It involves understanding power dynamics, recognizing manipulation tactics, and knowing how to assert oneself effectively. It's a kind of social radar, constantly scanning the environment for potential threats and opportunities. Mishkin, however, appears to lack this radar. But why is this? Contrast Mishkin's abilities in these areas with those of other characters in the novel, highlighting his naivete, impulsivity, and lack of foresight. Rogozhin, for instance, possesses a raw cunning and a keen understanding of human desires, which he uses to manipulate and control those around him. He is a predator, always on the lookout for weaknesses to exploit. Mishkin, on the other hand, is easily taken advantage of, his innocence blinding him to the dangers that lurk beneath the surface. Is it better to be a predator or prey? Let's introduce the idea that practical intelligence is not necessarily correlated with moral virtue, as demonstrated by characters who are both cunning and corrupt. Some of the most successful individuals in society are those who are adept at manipulating others, exploiting loopholes, and prioritizing their own self-interest above all else. They may be intelligent and resourceful, but they lack a moral compass. Is it better to be kind and poor, or mean and rich? Now, let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating Mishkin's consistent mismanagement of money and his reliance on others for financial support. Think about how he handles his inheritance, immediately giving away large sums to those who ask, without considering his own needs or the potential consequences. Consider scenes where he makes poor investment decisions, lends money without considering the consequences, or is easily duped by con artists, showcasing his lack of financial acumen. He is like a child playing with fire, oblivious to the potential for disaster. Why does he make these errors in judgment? Analyze how his dependence on the generosity of others undermines his autonomy and makes him vulnerable to manipulation, further limiting his ability to effect positive change in the world. He becomes a pawn in the games of others, his good intentions easily exploited for their own selfish purposes. Mishkin's financial illiteracy makes him an easy target for exploitation. Is Mishkin aware of this? Let's focus on how other characters are always lending Mishkin money. They see him as a charity case, someone to be pitied and taken care of, rather than an equal partner. He becomes a symbol of their own generosity, a way for them to feel good about themselves without truly addressing the underlying issues. What is the underlying effect? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's financial illiteracy emphasizes the limitations of pure intent. Question whether good intentions are sufficient to navigate a world dominated by economic inequality, social hierarchies, and the pursuit of wealth. What this means is that, in a society where money is power, Mishkin's lack of financial acumen renders him virtually powerless, unable to protect himself or to effectively help those around him. His good intentions are like seeds scattered on barren ground, unable to take root and flourish. But what is the alternative? Consider the ethical implications of accepting charity or assistance from others, weighing the potential benefits of alleviating immediate suffering against the potential harm of perpetuating dependency and reinforcing power imbalances. Does charity empower or disempower the receiver? Is it better to work for what you have, or to depend on the charity of others? The answer to this question is not always clear-cut, as there are situations where seeking assistance is both necessary and justifiable. But it's important to recognize the potential pitfalls of dependency and to strive for self-sufficiency whenever possible. What are the long-term effects? Now, let's transition to a related aspect of Mishkin's deficiency in practical intelligence: his social awkwardness and inability to navigate the complexities of social interactions, foreshadowing further misunderstandings and tragic outcomes. Can a lack of social awareness be as detrimental as a lack of financial acumen, and how does it contribute to the downfall of a well-intentioned individual? Think about it. Can you name a time when being socially unaware led to a bad outcome for yourself or someone you know? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's social ineptitude, stemming from his innocence and lack of worldly experience, acts as a significant barrier to his ability to effectively communicate, connect with, and influence others. Why does he struggle with social interactions? What this means is that his unconventional behavior, his blunt honesty, and his inability to recognize social cues often lead to misunderstandings, alienate potential allies, and create unnecessary conflict. He is like a bull in a china shop, blundering through social situations with little regard for the delicate sensibilities of those around him. Is his honesty a virtue or a vice? This social awkwardness is not merely a personality quirk, but a critical flaw that undermines his attempts to build meaningful relationships and achieve his goals, however well-intentioned. He is like a talented musician who cannot read music, unable to fully express his artistic vision due to a lack of basic social skills. How does this impede him? Think about why fitting in is important for basic human relationships. Social acceptance provides a sense of belonging, security, and validation, fostering cooperation, empathy, and mutual support. What happens when someone can't or doesn't fit in? Now, let's expand on the concept of social intelligence, outlining its key components. The ability to read social cues, adapt to different social contexts, navigate power dynamics, and effectively communicate one's ideas and emotions. What does true social intelligence look like? This involves understanding unspoken rules, recognizing subtle shifts in mood, and knowing how to tailor one's behavior to fit the situation. It's a form of emotional agility, allowing individuals to seamlessly navigate the ever-changing landscape of social interaction. But is it essential to be truly virtuous? Contrast Mishkin's abilities in these areas with those of other characters in the novel, highlighting his social blunders, his lack of tact, and his tendency to say the wrong thing at the wrong time. Think of how Aglaia constantly mocks and berates him for his social ineptitude. Is she justified in doing so? Let's introduce the idea that social intelligence is not necessarily correlated with moral virtue, as demonstrated by characters who are skilled manipulators and social climbers, but morally corrupt. Some of the most socially adept individuals are those who are masters of deception, using their charm and charisma to exploit others for their own gain. Can someone be innocent and socially intelligent? Now, let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating Mishkin's frequent social blunders and misunderstandings, showcasing his lack of awareness of social norms and his inability to navigate complex social situations. Remember the scene where he blurts out inappropriate comments at the Epanchin's dinner party, offending and embarrassing those around him. Consider scenes where he offends or embarrasses others with his blunt honesty, misinterprets social cues, or makes inappropriate comments, demonstrating his lack of social tact. It's as if he's colorblind, unable to perceive the subtle shades of meaning that govern social interaction. Why does he consistently miss these cues? Analyze how these social missteps undermine his credibility, alienate potential allies, and create unnecessary conflict, hindering his attempts to achieve his goals and help those around him. He becomes a social pariah, someone to be avoided rather than embraced. Is he aware of the affect he has on others? Let's think of some specific examples where he says the wrong thing. He often speaks his mind without considering the consequences, blurting out uncomfortable truths or sharing inappropriate personal details. This can be refreshing in some contexts, but it often leads to awkwardness and conflict. Why can't he seem to help himself? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's social ineptitude contributes to his sense of isolation and alienation, further reinforcing his status as an outsider and limiting his ability to connect with others on a meaningful level. It's as if he's trapped behind a glass wall, able to see and hear others, but unable to truly connect with them. Question whether true compassion requires a degree of social awareness and a willingness to adapt one's behavior to the needs and expectations of others, or whether it is possible to remain true to oneself while still navigating the complexities of social interaction. Must he compromise his values to be accepted? Does Mishkin prefer to be alone, or is he lonely? The answer to this question is complex. On the one hand, he seems to enjoy his own company and to find solace in his inner world. On the other hand, he clearly longs for connection and understanding. To what extent do you think he feels understood? Now we are coming to the final and perhaps the most devastating revelation. We are now heading towards an interconnectedness of suffering. What does it all mean? To what extent does his lack of intelligence exacerbate negative outcomes? What is the relationship between innocence and suffering? Stay with me, because what we'll uncover next is even more shocking. But that's not all. Let's explore this further. Let's introduce the premise that, for some characters, Mishkin's simplicity and transparent honesty are appealing precisely because they represent a rejection of the elaborate artifice and performative social rituals of the Russian aristocracy. What is it about Mishkin that some characters find so appealing? What this means is that the upper classes are accustomed to elaborate social games and complex displays of status. Mishkin's inability to engage in these games offers a refreshing alternative for those who are weary of the constant pretense. It's like finding an oasis of sincerity in a desert of deception. However, this allure is often mixed with a degree of condescension, as the aristocrats view Mishkin's simplicity as a form of naivete or even idiocy, while simultaneously envying his perceived freedom from social constraints. Is it possible to admire and pity someone at the same time? Think about it, the Russian aristocracy of Dostoevsky's time was obsessed with status, appearances, and social maneuvering. Every interaction was a carefully choreographed performance, designed to maintain one's position in the social hierarchy. In contrast, Mishkin is utterly guileless, incapable of pretense or manipulation. This makes him both disarming and unsettling to those accustomed to playing the game. They are drawn to his authenticity, but also wary of his unconventional behavior. But why? Now, let's expand on the concept of authenticity versus performance in social interactions. Explain how most of the characters in the novel are constantly performing a role, adhering to social expectations, and manipulating their image to achieve specific goals. Are we all, to some extent, actors on a stage? What this means is, most of the characters in The Idiot are acutely aware of their social standing and constantly strive to maintain or improve it. They carefully curate their words, actions, and appearances to project a desired image and achieve specific goals. They are masters of social manipulation, using flattery, deception, and even outright lies to get what they want. Is this inherently bad? Contrast this with Mishkin's apparent lack of self-consciousness and his inability to engage in such performative behavior. Discuss his authentic, albeit unconventional, approach to social interaction. Is he even aware of how he's perceived? Mishkin, on the other hand, seems utterly oblivious to these social games. He is incapable of pretense or manipulation, and his interactions are characterized by a disarming honesty and directness. He says what he thinks, feels what he feels, and makes no attempt to conform to social expectations. This makes him a refreshing anomaly in a world of artifice and pretense. Does that mean it's right? Let's introduce the philosophical concept of the social mask, or persona, and how it relates to the character's motivations for acting in specific ways. What is the persona, and how does it influence our behavior? Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung used the term persona to describe the social mask we wear in public, the role we play to meet the expectations of society. In The Idiot, many characters are so consumed by their personas that they lose touch with their true selves, becoming slaves to social convention and the pursuit of status. Mishkin, in contrast, seems to have no persona, presenting himself to the world with an unvarnished authenticity that both attracts and repels those around him. Is Mishkin better off? Let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating how the Epanchin sisters and General Ivolgin react to Mishkin's authenticity. How do these characters respond to Mishkin's unconventional behavior? Think about how the Epanchin sisters, particularly Lizaveta Prokofievna, are initially intrigued by Mishkin's simplicity and honesty. They see him as a kind of holy fool, someone who is uncorrupted by the cynicism and materialism of the world, at first. But they also struggle to understand him, often misinterpreting his words and actions and attempting to fit him into their preconceived worldview. They want to see him in a box. They want to label and categorize him. Do you agree with that assessment? Consider the scenes where they attempt to categorize or diagnose his behavior, struggling to understand someone who does not adhere to the expected social norms. Analyze how their attempts to fit him into their preconceived worldview ultimately fail. Can Mishkin truly be understood? The Epanchin sisters, accustomed to the rigid social hierarchy and elaborate rituals of the Russian aristocracy, are baffled by Mishkin's unconventional behavior. They attempt to diagnose him, labeling him as an idiot or a simpleton, in an attempt to make sense of his authenticity. But their attempts to categorize him ultimately fail, as Mishkin defies their preconceived notions and refuses to conform to their expectations. What is it that makes him so difficult to categorize? Let's show the moments when they are charmed by Mishkin and the moments when they are frustrated by Mishkin. What are the highs and lows of their interactions with him? There are moments when the Epanchin sisters are genuinely charmed by Mishkin's kindness, compassion, and unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity. They are drawn to his innocence and his ability to see the best in others, even those who are deeply flawed. However, there are also moments when they are frustrated by his naivete, his social awkwardness, and his inability to grasp the complexities of the world. He's a puzzle. What are the factors that cause these contrasting reactions? Now, let's analyze how the characters' reactions to Mishkin highlight the burden of societal expectations and the constant pressure to conform to social norms. How do these reactions reflect the pressures of society? What this means is that the character's attempts to categorize and control Mishkin reveal the extent to which they are bound by societal expectations and the pressure to conform to rigid social norms. They are so accustomed to playing a role, to curating their image and manipulating others, that they struggle to understand someone who is genuinely authentic and unconcerned with social status. Isn't there something liberating about that? Question whether true freedom and authenticity are possible within a society that demands constant performance and adherence to rigid social structures. Or is it necessary to reject these structures in order to achieve genuine self-expression? What is the cost of conformity, and what is the price of authenticity? Now, is it truly possible to be free and authentic within a society that demands constant performance and adherence to rigid social structures? Or is it necessary to reject these structures in order to achieve genuine self-expression? This is a question that has plagued philosophers and artists for centuries. The answer, of course, is not simple. What do you think is the answer? Let's explore the ethical implications of choosing authenticity over conformity, weighing the potential benefits of genuine self-expression against the potential costs of social isolation and rejection. Is it better to be true to yourself or to fit in? There are potential benefits to choosing authenticity, such as increased self-esteem, deeper connections with others, and a greater sense of purpose. However, there are also potential costs, such as social isolation, rejection, and even persecution. The decision to prioritize authenticity over conformity is a deeply personal one, with no easy answers. Is there even an objective right answer? Discuss how societal expectations can limit one's behavior. In what ways do societal expectations constrain us? What this means is that societal expectations can act as a kind of invisible cage, limiting our behavior and preventing us from expressing our true selves. We may feel pressure to conform to certain norms, to pursue certain goals, or to adopt certain beliefs, even if those things are not aligned with our values or desires. This can lead to a sense of alienation, frustration, and even despair. Are we prisoners of our own making? But here's the twist. Now let's transition to a discussion of how even Mishkin's authenticity is not immune to the corrupting influences of society, and how his attempts to remain true to himself ultimately contribute to the tragic events of the novel. Can even the purest intentions be twisted and corrupted? Pose the question, can any degree of goodness survive in a bad world? Is goodness a fragile flower that withers in the face of darkness? The question of whether any degree of goodness can survive in a bad world is a central theme of The Idiot. Dostoevsky seems to suggest that even the purest intentions can be twisted and corrupted by the forces of greed, envy, and malice. Mishkin's attempts to remain true to himself, to act with kindness and compassion, ultimately contribute to the tragic events of the novel. Can goodness exist in a vacuum? Let's now hint that the video will delve into the ways in which Mishkin's very attempts to be authentic are misinterpreted, manipulated, and ultimately used against him and those he cares about. How does his authenticity become a weapon against him? What we'll uncover next is the disturbing truth that Mishkin's very attempts to be authentic, to act with kindness and compassion, are often misinterpreted, manipulated, and ultimately used against him and those he cares about. His innocence becomes a liability, his empathy a weakness, and his unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity a source of tragedy. Is it possible that goodness, in its purest form, is simply unsustainable in a world as corrupt as ours? Let's introduce the premise that, despite his genuine desire to help and connect with others, Mishkin inadvertently manipulates those around him through his innocent actions and unwavering beliefs. Is it possible to manipulate others without even realizing it? What this means is that Mishkin, despite his pure intentions, exerts a powerful influence on those around him, shaping their thoughts, emotions, and actions in ways that he may not even be aware of. His unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity, his boundless empathy, and his unconventional behavior all have a profound impact on the lives of those he encounters, often with unintended consequences. Is influence always a conscious act? Explain how his unique perspective and unconventional behavior exert a subtle influence on the thoughts, emotions, and actions of those he encounters, often without his conscious awareness. How does Mishkin's presence change the lives of those around him? His unique perspective, his ability to see the world through a different lens, challenges the assumptions and beliefs of those around him, forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves and their society. His unconventional behavior, his refusal to conform to social norms, disrupts the established order and creates a sense of unease and uncertainty. His unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity inspires hope and inspires them to be better versions of themselves. Can one person's perspective really change the world? Let's establish that this unintentional manipulation stems from the power dynamics inherent in human relationships and the ways in which individuals project their own desires, fears, and expectations onto others. How do power dynamics and projections contribute to this unintentional manipulation? What we're getting at is that human relationships are rarely equal. There are always power dynamics at play, conscious or unconscious, that shape the way we interact with one another. And even more so, individuals project their own desires, fears, and expectations onto others, interpreting their words and actions through the lens of their own subjective experience. These power dynamics and projections can lead to unintentional manipulation. Can we ever truly see others as they are? Discuss whether Mishkin can ever truly be a passive character. Is he simply a pawn in the games of others, or does he exert his own agency, however unintentionally? Now, can Mishkin ever truly be a passive character, a mere observer of the events unfolding around him? Or does he, in his own way, exert his own agency, shaping the narrative and influencing the lives of those he encounters? I think the answer is that he does. But what do you think? Let's expand on the concept of unconscious influence, explaining how individuals can subtly affect the behavior of others through nonverbal cues, emotional contagion, and the power of suggestion. What are the subtle ways in which we influence one another? What this means is that we are constantly influencing one another through subtle cues, gestures, and expressions, without even realizing it. Emotions are contagious, spreading from one person to another like a virus, and the power of suggestion can be remarkably strong, shaping our perceptions and influencing our behavior in ways we may not even be aware of. Is Mishkin aware of his own influence? Explain how Mishkin's unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity, his unwavering empathy, and his ability to see the potential for redemption in even the most flawed individuals exert a powerful influence on those around him. How do Mishkin's beliefs affect others? What we are talking about here is that Mishkin's unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity acts as a kind of beacon, inspiring hope and encouraging others to believe in themselves. His unwavering empathy allows him to connect with others on a deep, emotional level, validating their experiences and making them feel seen and understood. And his ability to see the potential for redemption in even the most flawed individuals gives them a sense of hope and possibility, encouraging them to strive for a better version of themselves. Does Mishkin see the bad in people? Let's introduce the psychological concept of the Pygmalion effect, where high expectations lead to increased performance, and explore how it relates to Mishkin's attempts to save, or heal, those he encounters. How does the Pygmalion effect play out in Mishkin's relationships? The Pygmalion effect, also known as the Rosenthal effect, is a psychological phenomenon where high expectations lead to increased performance. In other words, if we believe that someone is capable of achieving great things, they are more likely to do so. Mishkin, in his unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity, seems to embody this effect, inspiring those around him to strive for a better version of themselves. Does that make Mishkin a good influence? What does Mishkin project onto those around him? What are his expectations of others, and how do these expectations shape their behavior? Mishkin projects his own idealized vision of humanity onto those around him, seeing them as inherently good and capable of great things. He expects them to be kind, compassionate, and forgiving, and he treats them accordingly. This can have a powerful effect, inspiring them to live up to his expectations and to embrace their own potential for goodness. But how realistic is his vision? Let's provide specific examples of Nastasia Philippovna and Aglaia Epinchina, and how they are both unknowingly manipulated by Mishkin. How are these two women affected by Mishkin's presence? Think about how Nastasia Philippovna, a woman deeply scarred by abuse and social rejection, is drawn to Mishkin's kindness and compassion. He sees her as a victim, someone worthy of love and redemption, and he treats her with a respect and dignity that she has never experienced before. This inspires her to believe in herself and to strive for a better life, but it also creates a complex and ultimately tragic dynamic between them. Is she capable of being saved? Describe scenes where they are drawn to Mishkin's unique perspective, challenged by his beliefs, and ultimately transformed by their interactions with him, often in ways that are both positive and negative. What are the positive and negative consequences of these transformations? Both Nastasia Philippovna and Aglaia Epinchina are drawn to Mishkin's unique perspective, challenged by his beliefs, and ultimately transformed by their interactions with him. Nastasia Philippovna is inspired to believe in herself and to strive for a better life, but she is also torn between her desire for redemption and her self-destructive tendencies. Aglaia Epinchina is challenged to confront her own pride and arrogance, and to embrace a more compassionate and selfless worldview. Are the transformations for the better? Analyze how these transformations are not solely the result of Mishkin's conscious intentions, but also stem from the complex interplay of their own internal conflicts, desires, and vulnerabilities. To what extent are these transformations driven by Mishkin, and to what extent are they driven by the women themselves? These transformations are not solely the result of Mishkin's conscious intentions, but also stem from the complex interplay of their own internal conflicts, desires, and vulnerabilities. Mishkin acts as a catalyst, triggering these transformations, but the women themselves ultimately determine the direction and outcome of their own journeys. Does Mishkin take too much responsibility? Let's compare and contrast Mishkin's relationship with Nastasia and Aglaia. How do these two relationships differ, and what do they reveal about Mishkin's character? Mishkin's relationship with Nastasia Philippovna is characterized by pity, compassion, and a desire to save her from her own self-destructive tendencies. He sees her as a victim, someone worthy of love and redemption, and he is willing to sacrifice his own happiness to help her. His relationship with Aglaia Epinchina, on the other hand, is characterized by admiration, respect, and a sense of intellectual connection. He sees her as a strong, independent woman, capable of great things, and he encourages her to embrace her own potential. But which one does he truly love? Let's analyze the ethical implications of unintentional influence, questioning whether individuals are responsible for the consequences of their actions, even when those actions are not consciously intended to manipulate or control others. Are we responsible for the unintended consequences of our actions? What this means is that, even when we act with the best of intentions, our actions can have unintended consequences that we may not be aware of. The question then becomes, Are we ethically responsible for those consequences? Is ignorance an excuse? Let's explore the tension between honoring one's own beliefs and values and acknowledging the potential impact of those beliefs on the thoughts, emotions, and actions of others. Is it possible to remain true to oneself while also being mindful of the impact one has on others? Now, how do you strike a balance between being true to yourself and being mindful of the impact you have on others? Is it possible to honor your own beliefs and values without imposing them on others or causing them harm? This is a difficult question with no easy answer. What are your personal boundaries? Question whether true compassion requires a degree of self-awareness and a willingness to consider the potential consequences of one's influence on those around them. Is compassion enough, or do we also need wisdom and self-awareness? Ultimately, does true compassion require a degree of self-awareness and a willingness to consider the potential consequences of one's influence on those around them? Can we truly help others without understanding our own motivations, biases, and limitations? Can we ever truly know what is best for someone else? Is there a responsibility to control your influence on other people? Or should people be free to live their lives and believe in their own values without worrying about what other people think? How free should others be? But there's more. Now, let's transition to a discussion of how even Mishkin's most sincere and well-intentioned actions are inevitably subject to misinterpretation, leading to further misunderstandings, conflicts, and tragic outcomes. Is it possible to ever be truly understood? Let's now pose the question: is it possible to truly be understood by others, or are we all ultimately trapped within our own subjective interpretations of reality? Are we all just talking to ourselves, projecting our own thoughts and feelings onto the world around us? The question of whether we can ever truly be understood by others is a question that has haunted humanity for centuries. Dostoevsky seems to suggest that we are all ultimately trapped within our own subjective interpretations of reality, unable to fully grasp the thoughts, feelings, and motivations of others. To what extent are we alone? Now, let's hint that the video will delve into the inherent limitations of human communication, the power of projection, and the enduring challenges of navigating the complexities of interpersonal relationships. What are the barriers to true understanding, and how can we overcome them? Stay with me, because what we'll uncover next might be the most important revelation of all. Now, we've established that Mishkin's most sincere and well-intentioned actions are inevitably subject to misinterpretation, leading to further misunderstandings and tragic outcomes. But here's another layer to consider. Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's innocent presence serves as a blank canvas onto which other characters project their own unacknowledged desires, leading to unintended consequences and manipulations of his actions. Is Mishkin just a mirror reflecting what others want to see? What this means is that Mishkin, in his guileless simplicity, becomes a vessel for the hidden longings and suppressed ambitions of those around him. They see in him what they wish to see in themselves, or what they desire in a partner, a friend, or even a savior. These projections, often subconscious, drive the other characters to behave in ways that ultimately undermine Mishkin's well-being and contribute to the tragic arc of the story. He becomes a passive agent in the fulfillment of others' hidden agendas, a pawn in a game he doesn't understand. Is he even aware he's being used? Mishkin, in his innocence, becomes a passive agent in the fulfillment of others' hidden agendas, a pawn in a game he doesn't understand. This makes him vulnerable and prone to exploitation. Now, let's delve into the psychology of projection. Projection, in psychological terms, is a defense mechanism where individuals attribute their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, and motives to another person. This can be conscious or unconscious, but it always involves a distortion of reality. In the context of the idiot, the characters project their unacknowledged desires and fears onto Mishkin, seeing him as a reflection of their own internal landscape. But can one protect themselves from it? Think about it. If someone is projecting onto you, they are seeing you not as you truly are, but as a screen for their own inner turmoil. It's as if they are watching a movie of themselves on the screen of your personality. The question then becomes, how do you maintain your own sense of self when everyone else is trying to define you? Now let's expand on the concept of unacknowledged desires, categorizing them into key themes prevalent in the idiot. Desire for social status, for romantic love, for spiritual fulfillment, and for power. How do these desires manifest in the character's interactions with Mishkin? What we're dealing with here is the core human drive to achieve something, whether it is social status, love, spirituality, or power. Each character's dominant unacknowledged desire shapes their interaction with Mishkin, leading them to see in him what they want to see, regardless of his true intentions or character. These unacknowledged desires are often in conflict with the character's conscious values and beliefs, leading to internal turmoil and destructive behavior. They want something, but they don't want to admit it, even to themselves. Is that the root of their conflict? Consider Ganya, for instance. His desire for social status and wealth is a driving force in his life. He sees Mishkin as a potential ticket to the upper echelons of Russian society, someone he can manipulate to gain access to wealth and influence. Nastasia Filipovna, on the other hand, projects her desire for redemption onto Mishkin, seeing him as a savior who can rescue her from her past and restore her honor. And Aglaya Epanchina projects her desire for a noble and authentic partner onto Mishkin, overlooking his social awkwardness and mental instability in favor of her idealized image. They each have their own agenda, and Mishkin, unwittingly, becomes a tool for their aspirations. But what happens when those aspirations clash? Now, let's provide specific examples from the novel showing how these characters project their fantasies onto Mishkin, highlighting the disconnect between their perceptions and his reality. Where do these characters go wrong in their assessment of Mishkin? Think about how Nastasia Filipovna projects her desire for redemption onto Mishkin, seeing him as a savior despite his inability to truly understand or alleviate her suffering. She clings to the idea that he can offer her a clean slate, a way out of her tormented past. But Mishkin, with all his compassion, cannot erase her memories or undo the damage that has been done. She is expecting too much from him, but what else can she do? Consider Aglaya Epanchina. She projects her desire for a noble and authentic partner onto Mishkin, overlooking his social awkwardness and mental instability in favor of her idealized image. She wants him to be the perfect embodiment of virtue and integrity, a shining example of moral purity. But Mishkin, as we know, is far from perfect. He is flawed, vulnerable, and prone to lapses in judgment. Aglaya, in her idealization of him, is setting herself up for disappointment. Why can't she see him as he truly is? Then there's Ganya Ivolgin. He projects his desire for social advancement onto Mishkin, attempting to use him as a means to gain access to the upper echelons of Russian society, regardless of Mishkin's own wishes. He sees Mishkin as a useful tool, a stepping stone to achieving his ambitions. He is completely blind to Mishkin's true nature, seeing him only as a means to an end. Is Ganya even capable of seeing beyond his own self-interest? Now, let's analyze how the character's tendency to idealize Mishkin, driven by their own unacknowledged desires, ultimately leads to disappointment, betrayal, and the tragic unraveling of their relationships. Is idealization a recipe for disaster? Think about it. True connection requires a willingness to see others as they are, flaws and all, rather than projecting one's own fantasies and expectations onto them. When we idealize someone, we are essentially creating a fictional version of them in our minds, a version that is often far removed from reality. This sets us up for disappointment when the person inevitably fails to live up to our expectations. So, how can we avoid the trap of idealization? What this means is that using others as a means to fulfill one's own desires comes with serious ethical implications. There is the potential to achieve personal goals versus the potential harm of manipulating and exploiting those around you. It becomes essential to understand the distinction between love and desire. Can they truly be separate? Is it possible to desire someone without truly loving them, and vice versa? As we continue, we must recognize that Mishkin is a mirror to others' unacknowledged desires, and that this has a profound cost. What is the price that Mishkin pays for being a mirror to others' unacknowledged desires? The question that lingers is this: what is the cost of having everyone project themselves onto you? The answer, as we will soon discover, is devastating. But that's not all. We're not done yet. Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's extreme innocence is intrinsically linked to an almost complete incapacity for self-preservation, making him easy prey for those who seek to exploit or harm him. Is Mishkin simply too good for this world? What this means is that Mishkin lacks the basic instincts and skills necessary to protect himself from danger. His lack of suspicion, his unwavering trust in others, and his inability to recognize danger signs make him consistently vulnerable to manipulation, betrayal, and even physical violence. This lack of self-preservation is not merely a character flaw, but a core element of his tragic fate, contributing to his ultimate downfall and the suffering of those around him. Where does trust end and naivete begin? Self-preservation is not always selfish. What skills are necessary for protecting oneself from harm? Think about it: the ability to assess threats accurately, to anticipate potential dangers, to set healthy boundaries, and to defend oneself when necessary, are all essential components of self-preservation. Mishkin, unfortunately, seems to lack these skills. Now, let's consider how Mishkin's abilities in these areas contrast with those of other characters in the novel. How does his naivete compare to the cunning of those around him? Consider Rogozhin. Rogozhin is driven by his passions. His capacity for self-preservation is high. Then there's Ganya. Ganya's capacity to self-preserve may be higher than Mishkin, but lower than Rogozhin, as he still is more vulnerable than Rogozhin, because he has to maintain a certain appearance and isn't as volatile. Mishkin, in contrast, is a lamb among wolves. He is completely defenseless against the machinations of those who seek to exploit him. But is there something admirable about his vulnerability? But here's the key. Self-preservation is not necessarily selfish or immoral, but a fundamental requirement for survival and well-being, particularly in a world characterized by violence and exploitation. Is it possible to be both compassionate and self-protective? Or are these mutually exclusive traits? When does self-preservation become selfishness? Now, let's look at specific examples from the novel illustrating Mishkin's physical and emotional vulnerability, showcasing his inability to protect himself from aggression, manipulation, and betrayal. In what specific instances does Mishkin's lack of self-preservation put him in danger? Think about the scenes where he is physically threatened by Rogozhin, a man consumed by jealousy and rage. Rogozhin is a volatile and unpredictable character, capable of extreme violence. Mishkin, in his naivete, fails to recognize the danger signs and puts himself in harm's way. Why does Mishkin keep putting himself in these dangerous situations? Consider the instances where Mishkin is emotionally manipulated by Nastasia Filipovna, a woman who is herself a victim of abuse and exploitation. Nastasia Filipovna is a complex and troubled character, capable of both great kindness and great cruelty. Mishkin, in his compassion, is drawn to her suffering and attempts to help her. But Nastasia Filipovna, in her own self-destructive way, uses Mishkin's empathy against him, manipulating his emotions and exploiting his vulnerability? Is Mishkin blinded by his own compassion? Then there's the example of when Mishkin is financially exploited by con artists, demonstrating his consistent lack of self-defense mechanisms. Mishkin, in his trusting nature, is easily duped by those who seek to take advantage of him. He is simply too willing to believe the best in people, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. But is there a point where trust becomes foolishness? Moreover, Mishkin has opportunities to leave bad situations, but stays out of some misplaced sense of duty. Can this truly be considered duty to others? Or is this a self-destructive impulse disguised as altruism? Now, let's analyze how Mishkin's extreme selflessness becomes paradoxical, questioning whether his constant prioritization of others' needs over his own ultimately leads to self-destruction and a diminished capacity for helping anyone at all. Can one truly help others if they are unable to help themselves? What this means is Mishkin's constant prioritization of others' needs over his own ultimately leads to self-destruction. He becomes so consumed with the suffering of others that he neglects his own well-being, both physically and emotionally. This self-neglect diminishes his capacity for helping anyone at all, as he becomes increasingly unstable and unable to function effectively. Is it possible to give too much of oneself? Let's explore the ethical implications of sacrificing one's own well-being for the sake of others, weighing the potential benefits of altruism against the potential harm of self-neglect. Where is the line between selflessness and self-destruction? Think about it. Is it better to give than to receive? Is it more noble to sacrifice oneself for the sake of others? These are questions that have been debated by philosophers and theologians for centuries. But what if self-sacrifice ultimately leads to a diminished capacity for helping anyone at all? Is it still a virtue? Ultimately, does true compassion require a degree of self-awareness and a recognition that one cannot effectively help others if one is unable to protect oneself? Can one truly be compassionate without also being self-aware? The question then becomes, how do we balance the needs of others with our own needs? Now, we come to the final and most devastating act of self-sacrifice, foreshadowing Mishkin's complete loss of agency and his ultimate descent into madness. What happens when a person completely discards self-preservation for the sake of others? What awaits us is the tragic analysis of the limits of human compassion. The video will conclude with Mishkin's complete loss of agency and his ultimate descent into madness, foreshadowing what happens when one is unable to find balance in compassion. We must ask ourselves, what is the price of innocence in a world filled with such darkness? What happens when a person completely discards self-preservation for the sake of others? Stay with me, because the answers are more unsettling than you might imagine. Now, what happens when a person completely discards self-preservation for the sake of others? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's unwavering innocence precipitates a moral reckoning for the characters around him, forcing them to confront the ethical implications of their choices and the state of their souls. Mishkin, it seems, holds up a mirror to those around him. What this means is that his mere presence acts as a mirror, reflecting the moral compromises they've made and the darkness they've allowed to fester within. This sparks internal conflict, driving them towards either redemption or further depravity. It is not a deliberate act on Mishkin's part, but an unavoidable consequence of his inherent goodness, which serves as a constant reminder of what they could be but are not. Is he a saint or a curse? Now, let's expand on the concept of moral reckoning, classifying the characters' responses into three broad categories: genuine repentance and reform, doubling down on immoral behavior, and a descent into madness fueled by guilt and despair. How does a person typically respond when faced with their own moral failings? Each response is shaped by the character's pre-existing moral framework, their capacity for self-awareness, and their willingness to confront the uncomfortable truths that Mishkin's presence exposes. Consider the psychological concept of cognitive dissonance and its role in shaping the character's responses as they grapple with the conflict between their actions and their values. The greater the dissonance, the more extreme the response tends to be. But is there any way to avoid such a confrontation? Now, let's provide character-specific examples from the novel illustrating each of the three moral responses. One character who experiences genuine repentance and seeks reform, one who actively chooses further immorality, and one whose fate is madness from an inability to cope. Let's delve into some examples. Consider the character of Kolya Ivolgin. Kolya, though young, is deeply affected by Mishkin's genuine goodness and strives to emulate his honesty and compassion. He recognizes his own flaws and actively seeks to improve himself, making him an example of genuine repentance and reform. He becomes more dedicated to helping others and standing up for what is right, inspired by Mishkin's example. How does a young man, still forming his character, respond to the presence of such a figure? Then there is the character of Ganya, who actively chooses further immorality. Despite recognizing Mishkin's inherent goodness, Ganya ultimately prioritizes his own ambition and self-interest, resorting to manipulation and deceit to achieve his goals. He understands the moral implications of his choices, but consciously chooses to disregard them in pursuit of wealth and social status. Why does Ganya actively choose this path? But here's the twist. One character's fate is madness from an inability to cope. Nastasia Filipovna, consumed by guilt and tormented by her past, is driven to the brink of insanity by Mishkin's presence. She recognizes the potential for redemption that he offers, but her deep-seated self-loathing prevents her from accepting it. The dissonance between her actions and her values becomes too great to bear, leading to her tragic descent into madness. She is not able to live with the darkness that she carries. Is this the most tragic fate of all? In each case, Mishkin's influence, though unintentional, serves as a catalyst for these transformations, highlighting the profound impact that even a single individual can have on the moral trajectory of others. He acts as a mirror, revealing their true selves and forcing them to confront the consequences of their choices. It becomes clear just how closely related love and suffering are. Now, let's analyze the ethical implications of moral reckoning, emphasizing the freedom and burden of choice that each character faces as they confront the state of their souls. Can someone truly be free if they are beholden to their own internal darkness? Think about it, true redemption is possible for those who have committed grave wrongs, and that certain steps are necessary to atone for past sins. Confession, repentance, and a sincere commitment to change are all essential components of the path to redemption. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the capacity for moral choice remains, and that individuals are ultimately responsible for the consequences of their decisions. How much of our fate is predetermined, and how much is up to us? As we continue, we must contemplate how Mishkin's presence creates a ripple effect, extending beyond individual moral reckonings to impact the broader social fabric and expose the systemic corruption that pervades Russian society. Can the actions of one innocent man expose the rotten core of an entire society? And what are the consequences of such exposure? Is society itself capable of redemption? This leads us to the question: can the actions of one innocent man expose the rotten core of an entire society? And what are the consequences of such exposure? Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's innocence acts as a disruptive force within the social circles he enters, unintentionally challenging the established norms and power structures, and revealing the hypocrisy and moral decay that lie beneath the surface. The truth is more destructive than fiction. What this means is that his inability to engage in social maneuvering, His disregard for status and wealth, and his unwavering commitment to honesty and compassion undermine the very foundations of the aristocratic society he encounters. Mishkin's very existence is a challenge to the norms of his time. But is such a challenge welcome? Indeed, this disruption is not a conscious act of rebellion, but an unavoidable consequence of his inherent goodness, which stands in stark contrast to the self-serving ambition and moral compromise that characterize the upper classes. What, then, is the difference between social order and moral chaos? Let's expand on the concept of social order versus moral chaos, contrasting the rigid hierarchies, performative rituals, and unspoken rules that govern aristocratic society with the unpredictable, compassionate, and often unsettling behavior of Mishkin. What do the rules and rituals of society truly protect? Think about it. His presence throws the existing social order into disarray, forcing characters to question their own values and motivations, and exposing the fragility of the structures they have built to maintain their power and privilege. This can be described by the sociological concept of anomie, or the breakdown of social norms and values, and its relevance to the disruptive impact of Mishkin's innocence. Is it better to maintain order or to seek truth? Now, let's provide specific examples from the novel illustrating the discomfort, confusion, and disarray that Mishkin's presence creates within the Epanchin household and other aristocratic settings. Let's delve into some specific scenes. Consider the scenes where his unconventional behavior disrupts social gatherings, exposes hidden agendas, and challenges the authority of those in power, showcasing the ways in which his innocence undermines the established order. He speaks his mind freely, regardless of social conventions, which often leads to awkward and uncomfortable situations. He is like a child pointing out that the emperor has no clothes, but is society ready to hear the truth? Then there are the instances where his compassion and empathy lead him to side with the marginalized and downtrodden, further alienating him from the upper classes. He sees the inherent worth in every human being, regardless of their social status or past actions, which challenges the rigid hierarchies and prejudices of aristocratic society. In a world of titles and status, Mishkin sees only the soul. But is this enough? These disruptions, though often unintentional, serve to reveal the underlying tensions and contradictions within Russian society, highlighting the deep-seated corruption and moral decay that permeate the upper classes. Mishkin's innocence acts as a spotlight, exposing the darkness that lies beneath the surface of polite society. But what is the price of such exposure? Now, let's analyze the ethical implications of disrupting social order, questioning whether the potential benefits of exposing corruption and challenging injustice outweigh the potential costs of creating chaos and instability. Is chaos always a bad thing? Think about it. True social progress may require a willingness to disrupt the status quo, even at the risk of alienating those in power and creating temporary discomfort or conflict. Sometimes, the only way to break down unjust systems is to challenge them directly, even if it means creating chaos in the process. But is the potential reward worth the risk? Ultimately, we must question whether Mishkin's innocence serves as a force for positive change, or whether its disruptive impact only exacerbates the existing problems within Russian society. He shines a light on the darkness, but does that light ultimately illuminate a path forward, or merely reveal the extent of the decay? This is the question that we must now ask ourselves. As we approach the video's final and most devastating revelation about the pervasiveness of societal ills, we must linger on the question: can society support goodness, or will it ultimately destroy the truly innocent? The answer may be more disturbing than we want to admit. The clock is ticking. Mishkin's unwavering commitment to forgiveness and non-judgment, while admirable in principle, actively undermines the pursuit of justice, allowing wrongdoers to escape accountability for their actions. But is forgiveness always the answer? This is a critical question, because his reluctance to condemn or punish those who have committed harm, even when they are clearly guilty, creates a climate of impunity and perpetuates the cycle of violence and exploitation. Mishkin believes in the inherent goodness of people, but what happens when that goodness is used against him and against society? This impediment to justice is not merely a personal failing. It is a significant contributor to the overall moral decay of the society depicted in the novel, where the absence of consequences allows corruption and wickedness to flourish unchecked. Are we as a society supposed to believe that Mishkin is to blame? While the intentions are good, the impact is devastating. But what is the alternative? Is it possible to balance justice and mercy, or are they inherently at odds? We must ask ourselves what the consequences are of choosing one over the other. Can one man's desire to see good in everyone, regardless of their actions, inadvertently pave the way for further suffering? Now, let's expand on the concept of justice systems, contrasting Mishkin's personal philosophy of forgiveness with the formal legal systems that are designed to uphold the law, punish wrongdoers, and protect the innocent. Mishkin operates on a plane of extreme personal forgiveness. But what happens when this ethos comes in contact with the systems that are designed to keep a society functioning? These systems, while imperfect, are essential for maintaining social order and preventing chaos, and their effectiveness depends on the willingness of individuals to cooperate with the authorities and hold offenders accountable. But what happens when people like Mishkin refuse to hold these offenders accountable? Now, here's the twist. Justice is not merely about punishing the guilty, but also about restoring balance, providing restitution to victims, and deterring future crime. Mishkin focuses on the forgiveness of the wrongdoer, but often neglects the needs and the pain of the victim. He wants to alleviate suffering in the world, but is he perhaps only seeing one side of the equation? Are his acts of forgiveness ultimately selfish, prioritizing his own desire to see good in others over the very real harm that they inflict? But what does Mishkin gain by forgiving? He gains the satisfaction of upholding his own moral code, of remaining true to his beliefs in the face of a corrupt world. He seeks to transcend the petty grievances and vengeful impulses that drive so many others. But what is the cost of this transcendence? Let's consider instances where characters commit crimes or misdeeds that go unpunished, either because Mishkin refuses to press charges, or because the formal justice system is corrupt or ineffective. These examples highlight the real-world consequences of prioritizing forgiveness over accountability. What happens when people are not held responsible for their actions? For instance, think of the minor character of Keller, the former soldier and habitual liar. Keller is constantly sponging off Mishkin, fabricating stories, and generally making a nuisance of himself. Mishkin, ever the forgiving soul, tolerates Keller's behavior, even providing him with money despite knowing that it will likely be wasted on drink. Keller faces no real consequences for his actions. Does Mishkin's tolerance enable Keller's destructive patterns? What happens when society's support system allows those on the margins to continue harming themselves and others? Is it more compassionate to let them make their own mistakes, or to set boundaries and say no? In another instance, Lebedev consistently manipulates and exploits those around him. He is a master of deception and self-preservation, willing to do whatever it takes to get ahead. He spreads rumors, twists facts, and takes advantage of people's vulnerabilities. Yet, Lebedev faces no real repercussions for his actions. In fact, he seems to be rewarded for them. He continues to thrive in this environment. What message does this send to others? And how does society truly move forward if these offenses are allowed to happen in everyday life? The answers are not so clear. These instances reveal a disturbing pattern. The absence of accountability emboldens wrongdoers to continue their harmful behavior, creating a climate of fear and injustice that undermines the well-being of the entire community. Does the pursuit of justice necessitate a willingness to confront the darker aspects of human nature, to acknowledge the reality of evil, and to hold individuals responsible for their actions, even when it is uncomfortable or unpopular to do so? This brings us to another dilemma. Now, let's analyze how the absence of consequences can perpetuate cycles of violence, and why the pursuit of justice is a necessary, albeit imperfect, component of a well-functioning society. Justice is not simply about retribution. It is about establishing norms, deterring crime, and providing a sense of security for all members of the community. But what happens when those norms are flouted with impunity, when criminals operate with impunity, and when the vulnerable are left unprotected? What is the true cost of inaction? Think about it. Does true compassion require a willingness to hold others accountable for their actions, even when it is difficult or painful to do so? Is it possible to offer forgiveness without condoning harmful behavior? What would happen if no one were ever held responsible for their actions? The world would descend into chaos. We must face up to the difficult truth. Ultimately, we must explore the ethical implications of prioritizing forgiveness over justice, weighing the potential benefits of offering second chances against the potential harm of allowing wrongdoers to escape responsibility. Is there always a trade-off between forgiveness and justice? And if so, how do we determine which value should take precedence? Stay with me, this is the critical question that we must now face. Now, let's transition to a discussion of how the absence of justice contributes to a broader erosion of trust within society. Without the foundation of trust, society crumbles. Without people trusting that justice will be served, the foundation is weakened. But how can a community thrive when its members are unwilling to trust each other or the institutions that are supposed to protect them? The answer, as we will see, is that it cannot. A society without trust is a society doomed to fail. The most tragic events are on the horizon. Now, we will delve into the ways in which Mishkin's actions, though motivated by good intentions, contribute to a breakdown of social cohesion, leaving individuals feeling isolated, vulnerable, and disillusioned. Mishkin's actions, however well-intentioned, contribute to the disintegration of trust, leaving individuals feeling isolated and disenchanted. What happens when people lose faith in the systems and individuals that are supposed to protect them? Let's introduce the premise that societal trust is a foundational element of any healthy community, enabling cooperation, fostering empathy, and providing a sense of security and belonging for its members. The importance of this cannot be overstated. What this means is that trust is built on a shared belief in the integrity of others, the fairness of institutions, and the effectiveness of the systems that are designed to uphold justice and protect the vulnerable. People must believe that others are generally honest, that the rules are applied fairly, and that the authorities will act in their best interests. Think of it as a social contract. But what happens when that contract is broken? And is it inevitable that such a contract is broken? Now, let's expand on the concept of trust, outlining the various factors that contribute to its formation, maintenance, and erosion: personal experiences, social norms, institutional integrity, and effective communication. Trust is not simply a feeling. It is a complex calculation based on a variety of factors. Personal experiences play a crucial role. If someone has been betrayed in the past, they are less likely to trust others in the future. What then is the key to rebuilding trust? But here's the catch. Trust is not merely a passive sentiment, but an active choice that individuals make based on their assessment of the risks and rewards involved in relying on others. It requires vulnerability. It requires us to take a leap of faith and believe that others will not harm us. Is this leap of faith ever truly justified? Can trust be rebuilt once it has been destroyed? Or does the damage run too deep? We must consider how characters grow more distrustful of one another, of the authorities, and of the institutions that are supposed to protect them, providing specific examples from the novel to illustrate this point. We need to examine specific relationships that have been affected. After all, the slow build of distrust is what leads to the downfall. Consider the relationship between Mishkin and Aglaia. Initially, Aglaia is drawn to Mishkin's innocence and genuine goodness. She sees him as a breath of fresh air in a world of cynicism and manipulation. However, as she witnesses Mishkin's inability to navigate social complexities, his tendency to be exploited by others, and his unwavering commitment to Nastasia Filipovna, Aglaia begins to lose faith in him. She begins to see his innocence not as a virtue, but as a weakness, a liability that prevents him from truly connecting with her. This culminates in her final rejection of him. But can we really blame her? This erosion of trust undermines the very fabric of society, making it increasingly difficult for individuals to cooperate, communicate, or find common ground, increasing the overall anxiety. But can a society function without trust? Can people truly thrive in an environment where they are constantly suspicious of one another? It's a question that we must ask ourselves, and it's a question that leads us to the climax. Let's analyze how Mishkin's journey contributes to an increased level of distrust and emphasize how isolating it can be. He desires to unite people but does the opposite. Mishkin's inability to judge others creates a kind of moral vacuum where there are no consequences for bad behavior and where trust becomes a dangerous liability. He is an unwilling participant in the unraveling. Think about it. Does true community require a willingness to extend trust, even in the face of risk and uncertainty, or is it more prudent to remain guarded and suspicious in a world characterized by deception and exploitation? There are no easy answers to these questions. The truth is that we are often caught between the desire to connect with others and the fear of being hurt. The time has come to question whether true community requires a willingness to extend trust, even in the face of risk and uncertainty, or whether it is more prudent to remain guarded and suspicious in a world characterized by deception and exploitation. Are people who don't trust others generally unhappy, or are they simply being realistic? And how much unhappiness is born from naivete? The most tragic part is on the horizon. Now we transition to the climax of the video, setting up the devastating tragedy of how the most innocent character, set against the backdrop of the broken society, comes crashing down. The most tragic event is about to occur. We have followed the journey of a truly good man, but we are not ready for the ending. How can any goodness survive in a world as corrupted and broken as the one that Mishkin finds himself in? The answer is simple: it cannot. In the next section, we will come to the conclusion that we all dread. The video will conclude with a final and devastating analysis of goodness and innocence. Stay with me. This is the most important part. Mishkin's story is indeed a tragedy, but it's not merely a personal one. It's a tragedy centered on the perversion of goodness itself, showcasing how his most virtuous qualities become twisted and exploited. His inherent kindness, empathy, and unwavering trust are not celebrated or rewarded, but rather, they become tools for manipulation, leading to outcomes that are the antithesis of his intentions. How can such a pure soul become a catalyst for chaos? His efforts to bring compassion and healing are consistently manipulated, leading to outcomes that are the opposite of his intentions. Are Mishkin's most admirable traits also his greatest curse? This is where the tragedy lies. It is not only in Mishkin's suffering but in the corruption of his inherent virtue, in seeing his best qualities turned against him and those he seeks to help. His innocence, rather than being a shield against the darkness, becomes a vulnerability that exposes him and others to further harm. The world, it seems, is not ready for such pure goodness. But is this a reflection of Mishkin's naivete or a condemnation of society's inherent depravity? How much of the tragedy is due to his actions, and how much is due to the world in which he lives? Now, let's expand on the concept of perversion, not in a crude or sexual sense, but as a distortion or corruption of something originally good or pure. Think of a beautiful melody played out of tune, or a noble ideal twisted to serve selfish purposes. Perversion in this context is the antithesis of creation, a destructive force that takes what is inherently positive and turns it into something negative. Is this perversion intentional, or is it simply an inevitable consequence of human fallibility? The spectrum of perversion evident in the novel is broad and unsettling. Naive trust exploited for personal gain, compassion manipulated into enabling self-destruction, and forgiveness used to justify harm. Each character embodies a different facet of this perversion, revealing the insidious ways in which goodness can be twisted and corrupted. But is it always a malicious act, or can it stem from ignorance, a lack of understanding, or a flawed worldview? Can good intentions pave the road to hell? What happens when people convince themselves they are doing good, but are actually doing harm? Let's consider specific examples from the novel illustrating how Mishkin's attempts to help characters are twisted and manipulated to further destructive agendas. His genuine desire to understand and forgive Nastasia Filipovna is exploited by both her and Rogozhin, fueling their destructive obsession and ultimately leading to her tragic death. His compassion for the consumptive Ippolit is met with cynicism and resentment, and his attempts to offer solace are dismissed as naive and patronizing. Are these characters simply beyond redemption, or does Mishkin's approach inadvertently exacerbate their self-destructive tendencies? These scenes reveal a recurring pattern. Mishkin's compassion is used to justify harmful behavior. His desire to understand and forgive is turned into a tool for emotional manipulation, and other characters actively undermine his sincere efforts. Each act of kindness, each attempt to heal, is met with resistance, distortion, and ultimately failure. But is Mishkin entirely blameless in these failures, or is he simply a victim of circumstance? What if his actions are a contributing factor? What if his good intentions are not enough to overcome the darkness that surrounds him? Now, let's analyze the ethical implications of exploiting the innocent and the corrupting effect it has on both the perpetrator and the victim. Exploiting innocence is not merely a pragmatic act. It is a moral transgression that undermines the very foundation of human decency. It corrodes the soul of the exploiter, turning them into a predator who preys on vulnerability. But what about the victim? How does being exploited change a person, and can they ever truly recover? Mishkin's journey begs us to question the ultimate implications of such exploitation. The corrosive effect of knowing that one's good intentions have been used for harm is devastating. It can lead to disillusionment, cynicism, and a loss of faith in humanity. Does Mishkin emerge from these experiences stronger and wiser, or is he ultimately broken by the weight of his failures? And what does this say about the nature of goodness itself? Can goodness endure in a world that seems determined to corrupt it? But here is the twist. What if goodness can't endure? To what extent is goodness destined to be corrupted, and what can be done to avoid such corruption? It's a question that haunts the pages of The Idiot and resonates deeply with our own experiences. As we continue, we will explore this question further, delving into the tragic conclusion of Mishkin's story and its implications for our understanding of human nature. We will discover that the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and that even the purest souls can be corrupted by the darkness that surrounds them. Stay with me. The most tragic event is on the horizon. Now, let's transition to the final sections of our video, foreshadowing a critical and final breakdown that will leave you questioning everything you thought you knew about goodness and innocence. It seems the impossibility of redemption is right around the corner. In the world of the idiot, genuine redemption is ultimately impossible, leading to a tragic cycle of repeated failures and deepening despair. This is a crushing revelation, one that challenges our deepest hopes for human transformation. Is redemption truly a myth, or is it simply beyond the reach of these characters? The attempts of characters to escape their destructive patterns are consistently thwarted, each failure compounding their suffering and reinforcing their sense of hopelessness. Nastasia Philippovna, despite her desire for a new life, is ultimately drawn back to Rogozhin and her own self-destructive tendencies. Rogozhin, consumed by jealousy and rage, is unable to break free from his violent impulses. Is it their nature to continually self-destruct, or is it their environment that forces them to? That the impossibility of redemption serves as a central source of tragedy in the novel, highlighting the limitations of human agency and the enduring power of past actions. No matter how hard they try, no matter how sincere their intentions, they are ultimately trapped by their own flaws and the constraints of their circumstances. The idea of genuine transformation is just a mirage. But is this the only possibility for goodness? What if freedom is a myth? Let's expand on the concept of freedom. The characters and the idiot struggle to achieve true liberation, often finding themselves trapped by their own psychological limitations and self-destructive tendencies. They believe they are free. Nastasia Philippovna thinks that she is free to choose her own destiny. Rogozhin believes he is free to act on his passions, and Mishkin believes he is free to love and forgive unconditionally. But are these characters truly free, or are they simply acting out predetermined roles in a tragic drama? Each character believes they are free, but their actions suggest otherwise. Nastasia Philippovna's defiance is ultimately a form of self-imprisonment, as she remains bound to the expectations and judgments of others. Rogozhin's passions consume him, leading him down a path of violence and despair, and Mishkin's unconditional love blinds him to the reality of the world around him, making him a pawn in other people's games. What then is the nature of true freedom? Is it an illusion, or is it something that must be fought for and earned? Consider the ethical ramifications of this lack of true freedom. If individuals are not truly free to choose their actions, then can they be held responsible for them? Is Rogozhin truly guilty of murder, or is he simply a victim of his own uncontrollable passions? Is Nastasia Philippovna responsible for her self-destruction, or is she a product of the abuse and trauma she has endured? These are the questions that Dostoevsky forces us to confront. But is there an ethical solution? Let's provide specific examples of characters, especially Nastasia Philippovna and Rogozhin, repeatedly engaging in harmful patterns of behavior. Nastasia Philippovna constantly sabotages her own happiness, rejecting those who offer her genuine love and choosing instead to remain in toxic relationships. Rogozhin is consumed by his obsessive love for Nastasia Philippovna, a love that manifests as jealousy, rage, and ultimately, violence. They both fail to escape their own flaws. These actions may say more than we think about each individual. Nastasia Philippovna's self-destructive behavior can be interpreted as a form of rebellion against the society that has judged and condemned her. Rogozhin's violence can be seen as a manifestation of his deep-seated insecurity and fear of abandonment. Do these actions excuse their behavior, or do they simply provide a deeper understanding of their motivations? Is understanding enough to find redemption? So, let's analyze the significance of characters never truly finding a new life for themselves. Their repeated failures suggest that redemption may be an impossible dream, that some individuals are simply too damaged or too entrenched in their destructive patterns to ever change. The balance between choice and what is predetermined is thrown into question. Are we masters of our own destinies, or are we simply puppets of fate? Is true freedom actually attainable? Maybe true freedom is unattainable. Maybe we are all bound by our pasts, our traumas, and our psychological limitations, destined to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. This is a bleak and depressing vision of human existence, but it is one that Dostoevsky forces us to confront. Perhaps all hope is lost. And here comes the most important question: how far is too far to try and help? Now we transition to the end of the journey with all hope lost. The story's darkness is too strong to overcome. Even the most sincere efforts to create good are corrupted, overcome by the existing darkness. The ending of The Idiot is a final and depressing statement of how hard it is to effect any real change. Despite Mishkin's best efforts, the world around him remains mired in corruption, violence, and despair. Now, let's expand on the idea of evil not as an external force, but as an inescapable part of human nature. Is anyone truly free of evil? Can people be good in spite of evil? These are the questions that haunt Dostoevsky's work. He suggests that evil is not something that exists out there, but rather something that resides within each of us, a potential for darkness that is always lurking beneath the surface. Is this potential always realized? And can it ever be truly overcome? Let's provide examples of darkness consuming the characters, such as the death of Nastasia, of all good efforts failing. Her murder at the hands of Rogozhin is a final, devastating blow, shattering any remaining hope for redemption or reconciliation. Mishkin himself succumbs to the darkness, his sanity shattered by the weight of his experiences. Everything comes falling down. The most devastating part of the story is upon us. Therefore, we must analyze how it may be impossible for any real or lasting change to be made. Despite all of Mishkin's efforts to heal and redeem those around him, he ultimately fails to make a lasting impact. His goodness is not enough to overcome the darkness that pervades the world. Is any real or lasting change possible? Or are we all doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past? And can goodness still have any real effect? It can be argued that this story may have come to its most logical end, a conclusion that reflects the inherent limitations of human nature and the enduring power of darkness. There is nothing more to say. The story has ended. It is up to us to take something from it. But what and how? Now we transition to the final analysis of the video. Stay with me for these final points. What can be learned if all of the beauty and goodness ultimately fails? What is the lesson? And how can it be applied to our lives? The final points of the video will hopefully be helpful as we search for meaning. What do we do with this information? But what if Mishkin's compassion, his forgiveness, his unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity, amounts to nothing more than a drop in the ocean, lost amidst a tidal wave of societal ills? Is his personal quest for redemption ultimately irrelevant when confronted with systemic problems that perpetuate corruption, inequality, and violence on a much grander scale? Does his individual kindness truly make a difference in a world where darkness seems to reign supreme? Let's consider the premise that Mishkin's acts of compassion, while undeniably well-intentioned, fail to address the underlying issues that fuel the societal darkness depicted in The Idiot. His attempts to heal individual wounds, to offer solace and understanding, are laudable, but they do little to dismantle the systems of power and inequality that create those wounds in the first place. Is he not simply applying a band-aid to a gaping wound, while the infection continues to spread? What good is forgiveness when the structures that enable exploitation remain untouched? The problem is that systemic issues like poverty, discrimination, and political corruption require comprehensive, collective action to address their root causes. They can't be solved by individual acts of charity or forgiveness alone. Overemphasizing personal solutions can distract from the need for broader social change, potentially perpetuating the status quo. Think of it like trying to drain a swamp with a teaspoon. The effort is admirable, but ultimately futile. So why is it that systemic solutions are so hard to implement? Is it human nature to avoid large-scale change, even if it will benefit everyone in the long run? Consider the examples from the novel. Despite Mishkin's attempts to bring compassion and healing, the corrupt and exploitative behavior of characters like Ganya and Lebedev continues unabated. The underlying systems of power and inequality remain firmly in place, impervious to Mishkin's personal efforts. He is like a lone candle flickering in a hurricane, his light easily extinguished by the prevailing winds. If Mishkin was to address the issues from a political point of view, would he have had more success? What real change could be enacted? Now, let's analyze the ethical implications of focusing solely on individual actions while ignoring the need for systemic change. It raises a critical question. Are we absolving ourselves of responsibility for addressing the larger societal problems by focusing on individual acts of kindness? Are we, in effect, perpetuating the very systems that cause suffering by failing to challenge them? Is individual kindness enough to create meaningful change, or are we simply rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic? What does it say about the effectiveness of trying to implement individual solutions for problems rooted in societal behavior? But here's another dimension to consider. Is society fundamentally resistant to change, even if that change would ultimately make life better for everyone? Does the inertia of established power structures, the fear of the unknown, and the inherent conservatism of human nature conspire to prevent progress? Stay with me, because the problem is much more complex than we've been led to believe. Now, let's transition to the premise that Mishkin's increasing isolation and eventual mental breakdown serve as a microcosm of the broader societal failure to embrace compassion, justice, and genuine human connection. His personal tragedy reflects the tragic consequences of a society that is unable to support and nurture goodness, ultimately leading to its destruction or marginalization. Is Mishkin's fate simply a personal one, or does it reflect the flaws in society? Expand on the concept of a world consuming itself. The characters in The Idiot are not merely individuals making choices, but products of a larger societal system that shapes their desires, their fears, and their actions. They are trapped in a cycle of exploitation, betrayal, and self-destruction, driven by forces beyond their control. They are not merely individuals making choices, but products of a larger societal system. Is Mishkin's descent into madness a reflection of the societal madness that surrounds him? And what are the implications of this consumption? It signifies a society devouring its own resources, both material and spiritual, ultimately leading to its own demise. The relentless pursuit of wealth, power, and pleasure consumes the characters, leaving them empty, disillusioned, and ultimately broken. But does it have to be this way? Are we all destined to be consumed by the world around us, or is there a way to break free? Consider each of the main characters and their tragic fates. Nastasia Filipovna, driven to madness and murder; Rogozhin, consumed by jealousy and violence; and Mishkin himself, his sanity shattered by the weight of the world's suffering. All of them end up broken. Each character represents a different facet of this societal breakdown, a different way in which the world consumes itself. What series of factors led to these tragic ends? And could these events have been averted? Analyze their individual journeys and ask, could they have changed? Nastasia Filipovna could have chosen love and acceptance, but she was too scarred by her past to trust in happiness. Rogozhin could have channeled his passions into something constructive, but he was too consumed by jealousy and possessiveness. and Mishkin could have tempered his idealism with a dose of realism, but he was too committed to his vision of goodness to compromise. What happens when perfection is the enemy of good? Let's analyze the societal problems as a whole and consider what could have been done to fix them. Perhaps a more equitable distribution of wealth, a greater emphasis on education and social justice, and a renewed commitment to compassion and understanding. But these are abstract ideals, difficult to achieve in a world driven by self-interest and power. What then can be done in the real world to avoid similar situations? Is there a way to build a society that supports and nurtures goodness, rather than crushing it? Perhaps governments and other organizations can help to provide solutions by implementing policies that promote social justice, equality, and compassion. But even the best-intentioned policies can be corrupted by self-interest and political maneuvering. Is true societal change even possible, or are we doomed to repeat the same mistakes over and over again? We are now nearing the end of the story. But what will it tell us? Now, let's transition to the closing portions of the story. How can we improve upon this broken system? How can we learn from the mistakes of the past and create a better future? It all begins with a single step. Perhaps the viewers need to change their actions. This is for them to decide. But here's a question. How can we ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the characters in The Idiot? The answer may lie in recognizing our own capacity for both good and evil, in cultivating empathy and compassion, and in actively working to create a more just and equitable society. Is it really that simple? Now, let's introduce the final premise of the video. What now? What is the responsibility of the audience in the face of such overwhelming darkness? The answer is that each and every one of us has a role to play in creating a better world. We cannot simply stand idly by while injustice and suffering persist. How can you do your part? Expand on the idea of action. Even small acts of kindness, compassion, and resistance can have a ripple effect, inspiring others to do the same. It is by working together, by supporting each other, and by challenging injustice wherever we find it that we can begin to create a better world. Can the actions of one person change everything? Or is a collective needed? Now, tell them that there is still time for change. The story of The Idiot may be a tragedy, but it is not a hopeless one. It is a call to action, a reminder that we all have the power to make a difference. We can choose to succumb to the darkness, or we can choose to fight for the light. Is there something that you can do to change society? Let's expand on the idea of action. Every action, no matter how small, has consequences. By choosing to act with compassion and integrity, we can create a ripple effect that spreads throughout our communities and beyond. This could be as small as donating some cans to your local food drive, or as large as starting your own charity. What is your impact on the world? Let's discuss the implications of the viewer's actions. Every choice we make, every action we take, shapes the world around us. By choosing to support ethical businesses, to speak out against injustice, and to treat others with kindness and respect, we can create a more just and compassionate society. Does your money go to companies with questionable ethics? Let's provide examples of what can be done. Volunteer your time at a local charity, donate to a cause you believe in, or simply offer a helping hand to someone in need. Every act of kindness, no matter how small, makes a difference. Are you willing to give your time and money to help others? Describe all the avenues of action available. From writing letters to your elected officials to participating in peaceful protests to simply being a good neighbor, there are countless ways to make a positive impact on the world. The most important thing is to take action. If you don't like something, then take the first steps towards change. Now, let's analyze the long-term ramifications of helping others. By investing in our communities, by supporting those in need, and by working to create a more just and equitable society, we can build a better future for ourselves and for generations to come. But is it all worth it? Are our efforts enough? Analyze if all the effort is ultimately a success. Even if we don't see immediate results, our efforts can have a profound impact on the world. By planting seeds of compassion and justice, we can create a better future even if we don't live to see it. In the end, it doesn't matter if all our efforts come to nothing. It only matters if we tried. Now, let's question if small acts of kindness are enough. Perhaps not, but they are a starting point. By consistently choosing to act with compassion and integrity, we can create a ripple effect that spreads throughout our communities and beyond. So, should we always try to be kind, no matter what? Explore the benefits of doing something, even if it isn't everything. By taking action, we can empower ourselves, inspire others, and create a sense of hope in a world that often feels bleak and hopeless. Even the smallest effort helps, so never give up. If you give up, then how can anything change? Now, let's transition to a final thought. Is any of this really true? Is it possible for us to make a difference in the world, or are we simply deluding ourselves? Is Mishkin just a fictional character, or are there Mishkins in the real world? But here's a question. What if the story of the idiot is not just a work of fiction, but a reflection of the human condition? What if we all have the potential for both great good and great evil within us? What if the choice is ours? Is any of this really true? What if Mishkin's innocence, far from being a virtue, is actually a form of blindness, preventing him from seeing the world as it truly is? If he actively distorts reality, what implications does this have for his own fate and the fate of those around him? Mishkin's naivete isn't just a simple lack of experience or knowledge. It's an active filter through which he perceives the world, bending and shaping reality to fit his preconceived notions of goodness. He's fundamentally unable to grasp the depths of malevolence that exist in others, leading him to misinterpret their actions and motivations. His inability to recognize malice isn't a passive oversight. It's an active reinterpretation of events, where sinister actions are recast as mere misunderstandings or temporary lapses in judgment. Is this distortion a deliberate choice, or is it a fundamental aspect of his character, an intrinsic part of his being? And is there even a difference between naivete and stupidity? Let's expand on the concept of Mishkin's innocent filter. He processes information through an unwavering lens of trust and inherent goodness, consistently attributing the best possible motives to everyone he encounters. This filter colors his perception, leading him to see potential for redemption where others see only corruption, and to extend compassion where others offer only judgment. But this isn't merely optimism. It's a fundamental restructuring of reality, a refusal to acknowledge the darker aspects of human nature. This innocent filter stands in stark contrast to the filters of other characters, who are often cynical, suspicious, and quick to assume the worst. They perceive manipulation, deceit, and self-interest where Mishkin sees only kindness and vulnerability. So, is there a right filter to view the world through, or does reality lie somewhere in between these extremes? Consider the numerous instances where Mishkin's interpretations are glaringly at odds with what is evident to everyone else. He trusts Rogozhin despite the man's obvious violent tendencies, seeing in him a tortured soul capable of redemption. He believes in Nastasia Filipovna's inherent goodness despite her self-destructive behavior, viewing her as a victim of circumstance rather than a complex individual with agency. Time and time again, his trust is tragically misplaced, his understanding of motivations is woefully incorrect, and his unwavering belief in the best of everyone leads to disastrous consequences. We've seen Rogozhin's obvious tendencies previously, such as his lustful gaze towards Nastasia or his sudden fits of rage. Does he willingly ignore these red flags, or is he simply incapable of seeing them for what they are? Let's analyze the consequences of Mishkin's consistent misinterpretations. Ethically, his distorted worldview raises troubling questions. Does his unwavering belief in the goodness of others excuse the harm that they inflict on themselves and others? Practically, his inability to see reality leads to a cascade of negative outcomes, from enabling destructive behavior to exacerbating existing conflicts. Despite his good intentions, is it possible that he creates more harm than good? What is the ethical implication if his actions inadvertently enable further suffering? Is any of this ultimately his fault, or is he simply a victim of his own inherent nature? And perhaps most importantly, are good intentions enough to justify the consequences? Let's transition to exploring the wider effects of Mishkin's naivete. How does it impact others when someone's distorted vision has far-reaching consequences? Can his misguided beliefs spread to those around him? And if so, what are the implications? And could these problems extend beyond his immediate circle, affecting society as a whole? As we continue, the stakes rise and the potential for tragedy deepens. Let's introduce the premise that Mishkin's misguided beliefs spread to the people around him, particularly those who are already vulnerable or lost. His unwavering faith in the inherent goodness of humanity acts as a seductive force, drawing others into his distorted worldview and influencing their behavior in profound ways. He isn't simply an isolated individual. He's a catalyst, shaping the perceptions and actions of those around him, for better or for worse. This creates a dangerous situation, especially when dealing with characters like Nastasia Filipovna and Aglaia, who are already struggling with their own demons. Are the problems now just individual, or are they becoming societal in nature? And does Mishkin even realize the influence he wields, the subtle ways in which he manipulates the beliefs of others? Expand on the concept of the ethics of belief. We have explored how individuals are influenced by Mishkin, but what are the ethics of that influence? People's beliefs can have an enormous impact on others, particularly when those beliefs are espoused by someone with influence or authority. This creates a moral responsibility to ensure that those beliefs are grounded in reality and that they promote positive outcomes. There are different ethical responsibilities at play, depending on the context and the individual's position of power. An influencer or a politician, for example, has a much greater responsibility to ensure the accuracy and ethical implications of their beliefs than a private citizen. So, does Mishkin have any responsibility for the consequences of his beliefs, even if he acts with the best of intentions? Consider examples of how Mishkin subtly manipulates people, often without realizing the extent of his influence. He sees potential for good in Rogozhin, despite the latter's violent tendencies, and attempts to foster a sense of brotherhood between them. This, in turn, emboldens Rogozhin, fueling his possessiveness and ultimately leading to tragedy. He champions Nastasia Filipovna's inherent goodness, despite her self-destructive behavior, reinforcing her sense of victimhood and preventing her from taking responsibility for her own life. These individuals become caught up in Mishkin's unrealistic views, leading them to act in destructive ways. Is it possible to quantify the psychological effect of Mishkin's influence on other people? What is the actual weight of his personal decisions? Let's analyze the ramifications of people being manipulated, even with good intentions. Does anyone have a responsibility to maintain their own beliefs, or is it acceptable to blindly follow the convictions of others? What are the psychological ramifications of holding those beliefs, and what can be done to mitigate them? The manipulation can cause psychological harm, leading to confusion, disillusionment, and a loss of agency. When individuals are swayed by unrealistic views, they may make decisions that are not in their best interests, leading to further suffering. But here's a question that cuts to the core of the issue. Is there any real harm in believing something that isn't true if it brings comfort or hope? Or does the pursuit of truth always outweigh the potential for temporary happiness? Let's transition to the ultimate point of the video. We've explored the darkness of innocence, the distortion of reality, and the manipulation of beliefs. What then can be done to navigate this complex moral landscape? How can we reconcile the desire for compassion with the need for discernment? What can be done about Mishkin? And what does all of this mean for you, the viewer? As we approach the final conclusion, the path ahead becomes both clearer and more challenging. Mishkin's influence has spread to those around him, his distorted vision shaping their actions. But what if his overwhelming concern for others actually blinds him to his own self-interest and well-being? Is it possible that his goodness is actively detrimental, not just to himself, but also to the very people he's trying to help? Mishkin's focus on the needs of others leads him to neglect his own emotional, physical, and even financial needs, creating an unsustainable imbalance. He pours his energy into solving the problems of those around him, often at the expense of his own health and stability. This self-neglect isn't merely a virtuous sacrifice. It's a form of self-harm that ultimately undermines his ability to effectively help anyone. By failing to care for himself, he becomes a less effective force for good in the world, a paradox that challenges our conventional understanding of altruism. Is there a point at which caring too much for others becomes its own kind of destructive force, a form of martyrdom that benefits no one? And does this drive to help others stem from genuine compassion or an underlying need for validation? Let's expand on this. Altruism in its purest form is often seen as a virtue. But there's a critical distinction between healthy altruism, which involves helping others while maintaining one's own well-being, and unhealthy altruism, which involves sacrificing one's own needs to the point of self-destruction. Healthy altruism involves setting boundaries, prioritizing self-care, and recognizing one's own limitations. It's about giving from a place of abundance, not from a place of depletion. Unhealthy altruism, on the other hand, is characterized by neglecting one's own needs, sacrificing one's own values, and ultimately feeling resentful or depleted. It's a form of giving that stems from a deep-seated need to be needed, often masking unresolved personal issues. Should helping others feel good, or is the value measured exclusively by the benefit to the recipient? Does the inner satisfaction of altruism negate some of the purity of the action? Consider specific examples from the novel. Mishkin consistently neglects his own self-interest, disregarding his physical health, engaging in financial recklessness, and failing to protect himself from emotional abuse. He gives away his money without considering his own needs, sacrifices his time and energy to those who drain him, and exposes himself to dangerous situations without any regard for his own safety. There are scenes where other characters even point out that Mishkin is neglecting himself, but he brushes off their concerns, blinded by his unwavering commitment to others. He is more focused on Nastasia Filipovna's pain than his own well-being, and more concerned with Rogojin's potential for violence than his own safety. By disregarding his own needs, does Mishkin inadvertently validate the selfishness of others? And what message does it send to those who truly care about him when he so casually dismisses his own welfare? Let's analyze the sustainability of such behavior. Can someone completely disregard their own needs indefinitely? The answer, of course, is no. Mishkin's extreme selflessness is not only unsustainable but ultimately self-defeating. By neglecting his own well-being, he undermines his ability to function effectively and ultimately contributes to his own mental breakdown. His good intentions are ultimately overshadowed by his inability to care for himself, rendering him incapable of providing meaningful help to anyone. Is Mishkin actually making others happy, or is he simply creating more damage in the long run, enabling their destructive behaviors and perpetuating a cycle of suffering? And does self-interest need to be a component of caring for others, a necessary ingredient for true and lasting change? Or does being completely selfless create a burden on others, an unspoken expectation that they must constantly manage and protect him? This leads us to a critical question. How can any meaningful change come to pass? How can we effectively help others without sacrificing ourselves in the process? Is it even possible to make a lasting difference in a world filled with so much suffering and corruption? As we approach the video's culminating idea, we must confront the possibility that Mishkin's efforts, however well-intentioned, were ultimately doomed from the start. Let's introduce the premise that, ultimately, all of Mishkin's well-intentioned efforts result in failure, leading to tragic outcomes for himself and those he sought to help. His naivete, lack of self-preservation, and inability to recognize malevolence combined to create a perfect storm of destruction, undermining his attempts to bring compassion and healing to a broken world. This complete failure serves as a final, devastating indictment of the limitations of innocence in a world characterized by corruption, exploitation, and violence. Is it possible that Mishkin's presence actually exacerbated the problems of those around him, accelerating their descent into tragedy? And if so, should he have done anything differently? Expand on the concept of tragedy. The Idiot is a tragedy in the purest sense, a story in which the protagonist's inherent flaws, however noble they may seem, ultimately lead to their downfall and the downfall of those around them. From the beginning, the stage was set for these terrible events to come to pass. Too many forces were at play, and too many broken people were involved for things to have ever worked out. The seeds of destruction were sown long before Mishkin arrived on the scene, and his presence, rather than averting disaster, only hastened its arrival. Does this mean that some situations are simply beyond redemption, that no amount of good intentions can overcome the forces of fate and human nature? Or is there always a possibility for change, however small, even in the face of overwhelming odds? Let's take a final look at all of the main characters and explicitly describe where they are at the end of the book. Mishkin, stripped of his sanity, retreats back into the silence and darkness of his mental illness. Nastasia Filipovna, consumed by her own self-destructive impulses, meets a violent and tragic end at the hands of Rogozhin. Rogozhin, driven mad by jealousy and passion, commits murder and is sentenced to a life of imprisonment. Aglaya, disillusioned and heartbroken, makes a disastrous marriage to a con man and disappears into obscurity. Each of these characters, in their own way, is broken and destroyed, their lives irrevocably altered by the events that unfolded. Their journeys ultimately came to tragic ends, and these journeys can be directly traced back to the core analysis of this video. That innocence, without wisdom and self-preservation, can be a fatal flaw in a corrupt world. Were these characters destined for tragedy regardless of Mishkin's presence, or did his involvement accelerate their downfall? Let's analyze this. If Mishkin had never entered these characters' lives, would things have been better or worse? It's impossible to say for sure, but it's clear that his presence did not bring about the healing and redemption that he so desperately sought. What, if anything, can be taken away from this tragic journey? Is there any glimmer of hope to be found in the darkness, any lesson to be learned from the wreckage? The novel seems to suggest that, in a world as deeply flawed as ours, goodness is not enough. It must be tempered with wisdom, discernment, and a healthy dose of self-preservation. Without these qualities, even the purest of intentions can pave the road to ruin. Was anything gained in this story, or was it all a waste, a testament to the futility of innocence in a world that seems determined to destroy it? And in our own lives, is goodness possible, or destined to be destroyed? But how can we survive in a world that seems destined to destroy us? How can we maintain our compassion and empathy without becoming victims of our own naivete? As we transition to the ending of this video, we'll explore a final, and hopefully uplifting message, a way to navigate the darkness without losing sight of the light. But what if Mishkin's innocence, that seemingly boundless well of compassion, is actually a weapon in disguise? What if his unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of others, rather than healing the broken, only serves to shatter them further? It's a disturbing thought, but one that demands exploration. Mishkin's inability to navigate the complexities of the world, coupled with his uncompromising ideals, leads him to make decisions that ultimately devastate lives. But is this destruction born of malice, or something far more insidious, a profound lack of understanding? Mishkin is incapable of deliberately inflicting harm, but what if his very presence acts as a catalyst for the pain and suffering of those around him? While he may not directly wield a weapon, his actions set off a chain of events, a cascade of unintended consequences that leave a trail of ruin in their wake. Is it possible to be held accountable for harm that is unintentional, for mistakes born not of malice, but of ignorance? Consider the difference between direct and indirect harm. Mishkin's harm is rarely direct. It stems from his actions creating the conditions for others to inflict pain, a subtle but devastating form of influence. He is like a well-meaning architect who designs a beautiful building, only to have it collapse due to unforeseen flaws in the foundation, crushing those inside. Mishkin's presence becomes a stage upon which others play out their darkest impulses, a mirror reflecting their deepest insecurities and desires. Can Mishkin be held responsible for the actions of others, even when those actions are, in some way, inspired by him? Nastasia Filipovna, Rogozhin, and Aglaia Epinchina. Each of these characters suffers deeply as a direct result of their interactions with Mishkin. Nastasia, teetering on the edge of self-destruction, finds in Mishkin a momentary respite, a glimmer of hope for redemption. But his inability to truly understand her inner turmoil, his well-intentioned but ultimately misguided attempts to save her, only amplify her pain and contribute to her tragic end. Rogozhin, consumed by passion and jealousy, sees in Mishkin a rival, a symbol of the purity and goodness he so desperately craves but can never attain. Mishkin's presence fuels Rogozhin's obsession, driving him to the brink of madness and ultimately to commit murder. And Aglaia, drawn to Mishkin's innocence and idealism, finds herself caught in a web of conflicting emotions, torn between her love for him and her own societal expectations. His rejection of her, however gentle and well-intentioned, leaves her heartbroken and disillusioned, setting her on a path toward a disastrous marriage. Consider these moments: Mishkin's decision to publicly offer Nastasia marriage, fueling Rogozhin's jealousy; his inability to choose between Nastasia and Aglaia, leaving both women emotionally devastated; his attempts to fix Nastasia, patronizing her and reinforcing the narrative of her own damaged nature. These actions, born of compassion and a desire to help, serve as the catalyst for these tragic outcomes. To what extent is Mishkin responsible for the suffering he causes, given his noble intentions? Can good intentions ever justify harmful outcomes? Should Mishkin have realized how bad things were going to get? Should he have seen the suffering that his actions were going to create? Let's consider the ethical implications of accountability when harm is unintentional. Are we only responsible for the consequences we foresee, or are we also accountable for the unforeseen repercussions of our actions? Is it enough to have good intentions, or must we also possess the wisdom and discernment to anticipate the potential harm our actions may cause? It's a complicated question, one that forces us to confront the limits of our own knowledge and understanding. But here's the twist. What if these people would have been better off if Mishkin had never crossed their paths? What if the existing flaws and dysfunctions of these characters, while certainly present, were amplified and accelerated by Mishkin's interventions? It's an unsettling thought, a suggestion that sometimes the best intentions can pave the road to ruin. But how can that be? The lives of those around Mishkin might have been less tragic had he never entered them. This isn't to excuse the flaws and dark tendencies of those around him, but to consider that Mishkin may have inadvertently amplified these tendencies, leading to complete ruin. Think of it like a chemical reaction. Mishkin's presence acts as a catalyst, speeding up the process of decay and destruction. The elements were already there, but it was his arrival that triggered the explosion. Is it better to not get involved in other people's lives at all? Nastasia Philippovna and Rogozhin are prime examples of characters whose lives might have been less tragic had Mishkin not intervened. Nastasia, a woman scarred by abuse and societal judgment, was already on a path of self-destruction. But Mishkin's attempts to save her, his inability to truly understand her inner turmoil, only served to reinforce her sense of worthlessness and despair. Imagine a scenario where Nastasia never met Mishkin. Perhaps she would have found a different path, a different way to cope with her trauma. Maybe she would have found a way to build a life for herself, free from the destructive impulses that ultimately consumed her. Rogozhin, consumed by jealousy and passion, might have found a different outlet for his dark impulses had Mishkin not been present. He was a powder keg, waiting for a spark. Perhaps, without Mishkin's presence to ignite his obsession, he would have never crossed the line into murder. Could it be argued that Mishkin created a bad situation and then made it far, far worse? These questions of influence, fate, and ethical action lead us to an uncomfortable conclusion. Are these tragic outcomes simply a consequence of fate, an inevitable unfolding of events beyond anyone's control? Or are they the result of the character's own failures to make good decisions, compounded by Mishkin's well-intentioned but ultimately misguided interventions? We are left to ponder a disturbing thought. What if it was better to have never acted at all? What if non-action would have been the better course? So how can any of these lessons be applied to life? How can any of this help? As we approach the end, remember that everything we have discussed has a purpose. Now, let's move forward and think about how these conclusions can have meaning. As we reach the end of our exploration of Dostoevsky's The Idiot, we've navigated the complex landscape of innocence, corruption, and human suffering, a landscape painted with both vibrant compassion and devastating tragedy. After venturing into the depths of Mishkin's world, a world inhabited by characters walking on the edge of sanity, love, and self-destruction, what remains after witnessing such a tragic unraveling? In essence, we've challenged the romanticized view of innocence, revealing that Mishkin's seemingly virtuous nature acts as a catalyst for tragedy, amplifying the darkness within others and ultimately contributing to his own downfall. We've learned that innocence, when divorced from a realistic understanding of human nature and a sense of self-preservation, can be a dangerous flaw, leading to unintended consequences and immeasurable pain. In understanding this, we are gaining insights into the complexities of human nature and the importance of discernment, the capability of assessing a situation and acting accordingly, with foresight and wisdom. Remember when we asked if extreme innocence can be a flaw? Think back to the fates of Nastasia Philippovna and Rogozhin, and how their interactions with Mishkin, despite his good intentions, led to their destruction. Recall our discussion of moral responsibility and Mishkin's inability to fully grasp its implications, his failures stemming from his limited understanding of the darker aspects of humanity. Building upon what we discussed earlier, consider this. Mishkin's attempts to help others, while born of compassion, often backfired because he failed to recognize the depth of their inner turmoil and the potential consequences of his actions. The most profound realization is that innocence, without wisdom and a clear understanding of the human capacity for evil, can be a dangerous liability, both for oneself and for those one seeks to help. It's a sobering truth, a stark departure from the comforting narrative that innocence is always a virtue. Ultimately, this story is not a celebration of innocence, but a cautionary tale about its limitations in a complex and often cruel world, where the naivete of the idiot is outmatched by the calculated decisions of others. This isn't just about a 19th-century Russian novel. It's about the enduring struggle between good and evil within the human heart, a struggle that transcends time and culture. What does this mean for our society, where innocence is often equated with virtue and naivete is sometimes celebrated? How can we use the knowledge learned from Mishkin's tragic journey to build a better future, one where compassion is tempered with discernment and good intentions are guided by wisdom? This story is not an argument against compassion, but an argument for balance, awareness, and the dangers of not being able to see the forest for the trees. While the story is undeniably tragic, it offers valuable insights into the human condition and the challenges of navigating a morally ambiguous world. Although Mishkin's journey ends in despair, it serves as a reminder that empathy, compassion, and a commitment to justice are still worth striving for, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. What is right is not always easy. May you find the strength to see things as they are, and still find ways to show goodness, to act with compassion and awareness, to navigate the complexities of human relationships with both an open heart and a discerning mind. How will you choose to balance compassion with discernment in your own life? Reflect on the individuals you surround yourself with and ensure they are helpful for your journey, that they encourage your growth and support your well-being. The path to becoming a better human starts with understanding, not just believing.